What's going on? You know, Vatican has a painting. I think it's the Last Temptation or Last Revelation or whatever the hell it is. Some last of something. It's always at the end of days or last days or. But anyways, in here it's got all these. You get better pictures, but at the very bottom there, you got these entities, and the fascinating thing about them is, if we can find them, where'd you go, buddy? Where'd you go? There in the very bottom center, we got these things. And we read about this, about these boogers, right? With their like 4 toes type of thing. Or at least they spread out and make it look kind of like 4 toes. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5. Depending how they spread out their toes, it could look like 4 or 5, even 3. I noticed the guard in the caves and the underworld. They're like the guardians of the underworld. In fact, I'm pretty confident that Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and all that are the guardians of the underworld. Now, whether or not the Vatican's got it right, it's highly improbable because they got everything else wrong as far as Dante's Inferno and hell concept. But you know what? Maybe they do. Who knows? They seem to have, or is that, or do we come out? Is there like, do we reincarnate as one of these things? Who knows? There is no answer to any of this. It's just speculation. But the one question is, why do they have those things in the dead center in their painting? The bottom dead center. I think that's a worthy question to ask. Still, it suggests to me at least, they might know what's going on. All those sorts of things. You can get a better image somewhere else. These angels and all that stuff. What are angels? Do we run around naked and butt naked in heaven? Do we have to walk around looking at everyone's penis and everything? Maybe we get used to it. Maybe that's what our ancestors did. Maybe that's all we did is walk around looking at each other's penises and butts and boobs, vaginas, and then it was not a big deal. Now they've turned it into like some kind of mystery. When, you know what I mean, with the clothing and underwear and making it out to be something more than it actually is. You know, we all live kind of fictional lives, don't we? I know I do. Don't want to be that way. Thought I wasn't, but the more I learn about myself in this world, I can't help it to realize, yeah, I live in a fictional world, a fictitious life. It's like playing a role. Just play the role. I don't know what else role it is. I guess maybe the Overlord or the Matrix or the simulation wants me to do something else, but this is what I want to do, so I guess I got to pay the price. I could talk about other things, but I know most people think that this is just a silliness, make-believe, people's imaginations, mass hallucination. Turns out, no, it's part of the simulation. And this thing's been around forever and a day. And we got plenty of history about man interacting with things called yetis or hairy man or wild men of the forest. On it goes. And people have been seeing these light shows in the sky for a recorded time. And it seems like since the beginning of recorded time and from surpassed before that. But here's the other thing. These lights in the sky and all that, the connection with Bigfoot, right? Sasquatch. I had my own personal experience with that. It doesn't have to be on the same day or the same moment, but if somebody's going to see something right in that area. But when you see something on the ground, at least, if not you, somebody else is going to see something in the air within a very short time, before or after. Sometimes at the very exact time. So I didn't even mention that. She just mentioned that case. I was listening to my old voice. Strange Creatures from Time and Space by John A. Keel. My hero. Why is that? But one of the reasons is 50-some years ago, he brought it out at first and no one paid attention. He put it right over their damn heads, and I understand. But the fact of the matter is, the perfect candidate in the Old Testament for a Bigfoot is Esau, not a human being. And that was some kind of parallel, some kind of metaphor or allegorical tale about mankind, us, our interaction with the hairy men, the wild men of the forest. At one time, we had a more harmonious or balanced a relationship with them, not necessarily but a good one. In the end, when I say that, I'm saying somehow we coexisted. But then we, through our brilliance, our imagination, discovered such things as weapons and guns. And no matter how big that the hairy man was, if you have a dozen of us with a bunch of high-powered guns, in the end, the smaller guys with high-powered guns are going to win, no matter what anybody else says. And they might be able to take out the first group, but the second or third group, no. We're bipedal freaking hornets, man. We don't take shit for nothing. If it's something that's going to threaten us, our child or our children, our livelihood, whatever, we are going to take it out. And that's the reason why there's so few of them left. Yet we have replete stories, not only in the rare relative past, within the past 100 years, but it looks like for maybe a lot longer, thousands maybe. Which makes sense. If they were here now, there's a good chance they were here in the past. And like every other animal, I mean, North America used to be covered with wolves. Not anymore. I mean, they're still there, but they're in select areas. I guarantee you, if a wolf came in our neighborhood where I live, the authorities would be out and they would swiftly dispatch of the thing. It's going to turn into somebody's freaking pelt or a trophy or who God knows what they could do with those things. And then there's all the high strangeness and the ultra-terrestrial nature of the whole thing, and the high probability that they're not going up, they're going down. You know, they spend an awful lot of time in swimming pools, NASA that is, and a lot more time in the swimming pools, it seems, than out in space. Just saying. Those silly flying saucer people. Hairy covered giants and midgets in human form ride around in flying saucers. There are now over 2,000 documented reports of UFOs landing and picking up or discharging passengers. The description of those passengers vary widely, include transparent entities, even with their bones showing, weird glowing gentlemen with one solitary eye smacked in the middle of their forehead, kindly Venetians with long flowing blonde hair and diminutive fairy-like people only a few inches height. Since so many of these descriptions are so ridiculous, they rarely receive much publicity, and only a very small handful of patient researchers have made any effort to gather all of these disparate reports together. Children often make the best witnesses. Many of the UFO landings are best represented by the reports of children, but police officers, doctors, lawyers, pilots, and other reliable types have also reported encounters with mysterious flying saucer people, if they are people in the real sense of the word. Although the UFO courtier has gender. I want to make sure I say that word right. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm sorry for being, I'm sorry. Nah. Nothing wrong, want to learn. A small group of people with shared interest and taste, of course we understood that.
Coterie.
and it's called coterie, and I've been calling it coterie. Okay, although the UFO coterie has generated a mountain of literature, the UFO bibliography published by the Library of Congress in 1969 listed more than 1,600 UFO books and articles. There are very few objective and meaningful studies of these landing cases. You can count on one hand the few qualified researchers who have attempted to sort out the UFO mess. They include Aime Michel and Dr. Jacques Vallée, I had my buddy, and from France, Gordon Creighton, which I got to learn about, and Charles Brown of England, and Coral Lorenz and Ivan T. Sanders, and I'll probably be reading Sanders' book next. In the United States, National Investigation Committees on Aerial Phenomena, NICP, once again the National Investigation Committees of Aerial Phenomena, have quietly kept track of these hominoid reports for years. Ironically, the NICAP, it's a NICAP official, I don't like what's going on here. Why is it doing that? Why is that there? How do I get rid of it? Did I do it? You gotta be kidding me. Let's see. I think I did it. I don't know how I did it. I hit a button, and as usual, I had no idea what I hit, but I did it. I hit the button. Still would call me a genius just for hitting a button. Not much smarter than a chimpanzee, to be honest with you. But that's the way it goes. Can't do much about it. Try. Still pretty dumb, like a box of rocks, but what can you do? Policies have been downgraded, ridiculed, and rejected nearly all UFO landing cases, devoting their main efforts on a 12-year-old campaign to prove the reliability of UFO witnesses. For some peculiar reason, the majority of all the UFO buffs have long neglected the overwhelming mass of landing reports, perhaps because many of these reports seem to refute the popular belief that flying saucers are the product of a marvelously advanced technology from a super civilization in the sky. Simulacrum, whatever the hell it is. Actually, when you carefully interview the landing witnesses in depth, as we have done in many cases, it seems as if flying saucers are really a subjective phenomena, which is merely part of a broader world of psychic phenomena. The UFO entities in most cases behave like idiots, animals, and brainless robots of some kind. Many witnesses have commented on their bewildering impression that the saucers themselves were somehow alive, and that the entities merely seemed to be an extension of that life form. Yeah. Yes, for see, these orbs, these portals, these little blobs, or these whatever the hell they are, and there are multiple entities in them. I think they hook together, coagulate together, and form this illusion of a UFO for you, or a Bigfoot, or a spirit. Which is ironic. And it could be spirits making the image of other false images, of spirits. A light show for us. And they're giving this a task, a simple task, a short and brief usually, and just to make you wonder and make you guess what the hell this purpose in life is. And of course, the Matrix also doesn't want you to think about that. They don't want you to waste your time to figure out that you're in a soul trap matrix. They want you to find out. They want you to be a good, excellent electrician or a plumber or a truck driver or whatever it may be, a bus driver or a teacher. Just focus on your career and show up and work on time. Become that, and just become the useful part of the machine. So we keep on producing mass production of loosh. It's weird, isn't it? It's really weird. It's a place is brilliantly designed, but very deviant and very brutal. The act of monster sleuth, Ivan T. Sanderson, commented in his wry British way of UFO coterie. Coterie's reluctance to accept landing reports in his book, Uninvited Visitors. He has a book called Uninvited Visitors. Let's look that up. Uninvited Visitors. Where are you at, buddy? Ivan Sanderson. I got a feeling. Oh yeah, a 50-50 chance to get it. Well, we got it. There. Probably another book to read. For sure. Out loud. As annoying as I am with it. It's not because it was a popularity contest. I'm just exercising my voice. I know nobody wants to hear it. That doesn't mean I just shut up and not keep on fighting the good fight, right? Let somebody else be the popular one. I can survive without that. Anyways, so we got that book. We got that captured in my books file. I was starting to build a bibliography myself. Since I started reading this past month, God, it's got to be close to 100 books I got stored up there. I think I need to do it too to help me with my own book. Just read it to other people. Just the style of stuff and wordage and how they phrase things. I suck at communicating. Anyways, here it is. Your uninvited visitors. Just imagine what would happen on some other planetary body if one of our space probes was manned by 1, a middle-aged bushman woman, 2, a 6 foot inch Nigerian. What? A 6 foot 6 inch Nigerian from somewhere around Katsina, with his near black skin color, and that's right, near black. And his flowing white robes and turbans. 3, a blonde, buxom Swedish girl. Yeehaw. 4, a blue, black-skinned Melanesian with a full mop of branching red hair. And 5, a Japanese child. And 6, a Napoleon man with skinny black wavy hair and ivory skin. I can imagine the inhabitants of such a planet, if intelligent at all, is going into near hysterics, and their authorities immediately looking up any who said they had encountered such a courier coming out of a space vehicle and collecting plants and domestic animals. The situation would become more confounded if one or two of these 6 types happened to be seen manning a space traveling vehicle, and if only one of the types was seen at a time and various places by different people. The debate among the witnesses as to which was telling the truth and which imagining things could well lead to bloodshed. This is just about the situation in which we terrestrial man are today. So let us try to be a bit more logical. Logic has, alas, played a very small role in the infant pseudoscience of ufology. Speculation and blind belief have been the orders of the day, and astronomers observe a flash of light on Mars, lending proof to that flying saucers come from Mars. A radio astronomer announces that he has picked up a wave static coming from some distant point of space, and immediately the ufologist tells us that some great cosmic civilization has beaming messages to us. But when the flying saucer lands on a highway 20 miles outside Washington, D.C., and a human-looking man in coveralls dismounts to chat with the passing motorist, the ufologists all looked the other way. It could not be. Yet there have been scores of such highway landings in recent years, most of them ignored. If the UFO buffs prefer gruesome non-human beings, bugged-eye monsters, we have many cases of those too. Here is an INS dispatch, that's INS in the capital letters dispatch, which was widely published in 1954. Garson, Ontario, July. INS. A young Canadian miner is insisting he saw a flying saucer and his crew of 3. All of them, all 13 feet tall, with ears like spurs and teeth sets in arms. 3 set of arms. That's what it is. And Neo La Sarza, 25-year-old, told his story yesterday to Royal Canadian Air Force authorities. The RCAF started an investigation but refused to comment. La Sarza claimed he saw a huge disc descend from the sky north of the nickel mining center of Garson last Friday, the day on which the planet Mars was nearest to the Earth's orbit. Sarlaza said he asked the creatures from a distance who they were, and they fixed me with a hypnotic stare until I fainted. And when I came to, they and the ship had vanished. In the year 1954 produced a worldwide UFO flap with heavy concentrations of landings in France, Italy, and South America. Dr. Jacques Vallée collected 200 of these 1954 reports and studied them very systematically. In 8 of these cases, the witnesses had claimed that UFO occupants were little men or giants, wholly or partially covered with hair. In many instances, the witnesses claimed they'd suffered paralysis or fainting spells in the presence of the entities. Yet, incredibly, the numerous physical, medical effects of UFOs upon human beings has never been properly studied, even though there are now thousands of such cases. Dr. Valle's book, Passport to Magonia, which we read, sums up hundreds of the landing cases covering the past 100 years. Yes, this sort of thing has been going on largely unnoticed for a very long time, perhaps throughout history. There were worldwide UFO flaps in 1896 through 97, 1905, 1909, and one of many odd UFO habits came to light in those early cases. The UFOs were fond of scattering ordinary debris in their wake, tossing newspapers and shoes and even peels of potatoes overboard as they cruised about our then virgin skies. Rumors and stories of secret inventors were widely circulated. Even today, UFOs often leave perfectly ordinary rubbish in their path, particularly after landing. This appears to be a simple psychological warfare gimmick. The discovery of mundane material at the landing site usually leads investigators to conclude that the witnesses were wrong and were lying. After all, the Martians and the Venetians are not likely to spill pieces of ordinary aluminum, spark plugs of known manufacturer, and pristine newspapers around the countryside. At 11 p.m. on the night of May 18, 1909, a man named Lethbridge was strolling along a road in Caerphilly, Wales, when he came upon a large cylindrical object. According to his account in the London Daily Mail on May 20, 1909, there were two men next to it, both wearing bulky fur coats and fur caps. And when they saw Mr. Lethbridge watching them, they babbled excitedly to each other in a language he could not understand. They jumped into the object, which then flew off into the night sky. Later, as in so many other cases, assorted junk was found at the site, including a metal machine part which was clearly stamped made in France. Naturally, everyone concluded that Mr. Lethbridge had obviously encountered a pair of secret inventors from France who had performed an incredible feat. Incredible for the period, flying the channel unnoticed, and at night they landed in Wales and had a midnight snack and made repairs and flew off again. Since their passports were not in order, Mr. Lethbridge had alarmed them and they had fled. And apparently neither the men in bulky fur coats nor their marvelous flying machine were ever seen again. The exact size of the men is not given. If they were an unusually large dimensions, perhaps the editor decided to exclude that bit of information, just as modern editors frequently leave out the wilder details of the modern UFO reports because they might tend to discredit the witness and make the story seem even more ridiculous. Yep, this we got to deal with. Endlessly got to deal with it. Everybody knows better. Right? We're all got to deal with it. In the fall of 1965, a time when still another massive UFO flap. Yeah.
Coterie.
Was engulfing Mexico. The rest of the world, Mexican newspapers carried accounts of three unnamed women in the southern suburb of Mexico City who claimed they encountered a group of beings at least 10 feet tall with glowing red eyes. The witnesses said the creatures were wearing shiny gray helmets and boots, but had no discernible nose or mouth. They did not linger to study the beings, but ran to the police. The UFO buffs either suppress such stories by not publishing them in their little journals, or they try to explain them away with speculative nonsense, often more outlandish than the original tales. The late Frank Edwards, the author of 2 widely read UFO books, solved the problem by merely altering the details to suit whatever theory he was pushing. He converted many giants into a more acceptable little men. One of the many giant stories almost lost in the shuffle was the account of a badly frightened truck driver named Eugenio Douglas, who allegedly tried to fight off 3 shiny metal robots, some 15 to 20 feet tall, with a revolver in Argentina on October 1893. He told police that he drove his truck into a ditch after a brilliant white light engulfed it near the town of Monte Max, I guess. Monte Max. The light, he said, came from a 25-foot disc parked in the middle of the highway. He leaped from his cab, and as the 3 indescribable beings got out of the saucer and approached him, flourished the revolver he carried to ward off the hijackers. He fired 4 shots at them and ran wildly towards town. The saucer made several passes at him, he said, and each time he felt a wave of terrible, suffocating heat. The police examiner later found that Douglas had suffered several unusual burns, unlike anything he ever seen before. The Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, in Tucson, Arizona, has struggled to investigate and keep track of UFO creature reports since 1952. Except for their efforts, many important landing cases would have gone entirely unnoticed and unrecorded. In the fall of 1967, an APRO investigator in Brazil, Mr. Irene Granchi, and interviewed the witnesses to a strange incident that took place outside of Rio de Janeiro on November 24 of that year. The high-pitched whine had altered the 14-year-old boy, Carlos Alberto do Nascimento, and led him to look out the 8th floor apartment on the Rua Gomes Canero, whatever that was, where he was working. He saw a brilliant metallic-looking disc descending into nearby trees. Ta-da! Trees are always involved. The object brushed one tall tree, and the tree seemed to explode. Carlos called Mr. Hugo Bataglia to the window, and they both saw 3 men in white coveralls climb out of the grounded saucer and walk stiffly around it. Both witnesses noticed that the men held their arms tightly to their sides, a feature noted in several of the 1954 European cases. After about 5 minutes, the trio re-entered the object. Later, when Carlos and Mr. Bataglia left the apartment house, they looked up at the tree, and the object was still there. But after they had turned a corner, and looked back, the thing was gone. That's how it works, people. The next day, Carlos and Mr. Batagella and Hyde Brando de Mores decided to visit the place where the object had landed. The grass in the area was flattened. The tree Carlos had seen wrenched apart was bare of leaves. The trunk was burnt and charred, but all of its neighbors were intact except for a few broken limbs. Burnt and charged. I filmed shit like that too. Hildebrando discovered that the gases in the shrubbery in their immediate area were so high that he went out of sight when he walked through them. He is 5'8" tall, yet both Carlos and Batagella had noticed that the three men in coveralls were only knee-deep in the same grass as they walked around their craft. If all this is true, then both the object and the bees must have been gigantic in size. Mrs. Carlo Lorenzen of the APRO has written a series of popular books on UFO discussing dozens of perplexing UFO monster stories. And UFOs over America, she devotes a full chapter to an interview with a witness from Lima, Peru, who claimed an extraordinary UFO encounter back in 1947. The witness, identified as only as Mr. CAV, was interviewed by APRO investigator Richard Greenwald on October 4, 1967. 20 years after the event, he came upon a grounded skinny disc on a highway outside of Lima one night, and when he approached it on foot, he was met by two incredible amoeba-like creatures. They looked like bananas joined together. Their skin was sandy color with a towel-like texture, and they were about 5'5" tall. A voice came at him as if it came from a speaker, addressing him in English, a language he could understand. The voice told him that the creatures were sexless and they demonstrated by suddenly dividing themselves like amoebas. After conducting him on a quick tour of the rather barren interior of their flying saucer, they departed. The whole story deserves more attention than we can give it here. One of the significant details is the fact that the man felt a loss of volition. I was in a state where I was not under my own command. He said later he suffered the classic contactee syndromes of anorexia, loss of appetite, and total exhaustion. Such symptoms often indicate that the witness suffered a hallucinatory experience, somewhat akin to hypnosis, and that somehow a confabulation or falsified memory was fed into his brain. The brain is an electrical organism, and there is evidence that the phenomena is able to manipulate electrical energy and possibly even plant false memory, complete with all sensory data, into the mind. Such confabulations are so convincing and so deeply entrenched that the witness can pass a lie detector test and can recall every detail even 20 years later. And let's look up this book. UFOs over the Americas. You think we'll get lucky with this one? Archive.org. Well, it does have some books from Corla. Not Carlos. Corla, not Carlos. Corla. What the hell's wrong with me? What the hell's wrong with me? What the hell is wrong with me? I can't even read a book. Can't put a sentence together. They don't seem to have that particular. They got UFO controversy in America, but I didn't see the one I was looking for. But that's not by, no, that's the wrong book. That's by a different author. I haven't seen it. That doesn't mean it's not around, it's just not on archive.org. If I had paid the money, I would have one hell of a library, that's for sure. UFOs over America. There's a book, but it's gonna cost money, and I don't have it. I might have it for one book. If I got a son, and the Christmas is coming, and then the rent could be increased 15%, and somehow I gotta figure out how to find more money. Where am I in all this, anyways, after I just got so distracted? The whole story deserves more attention. We said read that. It will take years of study, medical tests, and continuous observation of UFO witnesses before we can conclusively understand this confabulation factor or prove conclusively that it is the main explanation for many of these puzzling cases. There are, of course, many other cases which cannot be easily explained, although confabulation is hardly an easy answer. In many UFO landings, identical markings have been found on the ground indicating that a solid mechanical object had actually touched ground. Burn marks, traces of chemicals, metals, and other kinds of hard physical evidence have been discovered in innumerable cases over the past 20 years. The main problem seems to be to prove the nature and purpose of the flying saucers, but the coterie has been more concerned with trying to prove the existence of the phenomena. The objects frequently appear and disappear suddenly in front of a group of witnesses, almost as if they had been invisible at the first and became suddenly visible. Many UFO characteristics follow the pattern well known to students of ghost lore and psychic phenomena. These psychic patterns are now attracting the most attention from a few serious open-minded ufologists. New theories are bubbling from fine minds around the world, and old ufology, which emphasized the largely mythical governmental conspiracy of censorship and the acceptance that the outer space slash extraterrestrial origin hypothesis was the best possible explanation, and the endless emotional struggle for a congressional investigation into UFOs is dying out. In its stead, a new ufology is beginning to emerge. The new ufologists have cast aside all neurotic and paranoid cause and are concentrating on a careful study of all the data, excluding nothing. The correlations between psychic phenomena and UFO manifestations are finally being noticed, and the pieces of the fascinating jigsaw puzzle are finally being fitted into place. Mr. Charles Brown, editor of the British Flying Saucer Review, the only recognized scientific journal devoted to the subject, recently wrote, "What is going on? Did these witnesses, widely dispersed on Earth and in time, all have experience with solid creatures from another world or from another dimension of reality? Or did they all suffer hallucinations of a similar kind, where the dream creatures were strikingly similar in many respects? I ponder over the idea that the frightening, spooky creatures described by some witnesses could be some sort of psychic projection." Because it could be at times, but I know my experience is not that. I mean, I've had that too, but the things that I'm focused on are not that. There are noticeable dreamlike qualities about the incidents described in these cases. It is possible that something from somewhere is coming here and by means incomprehensible to us, although it could be by a form of radiation, as a radar waves is pumping stylized pictures into the minds of humans who inadvertently stumble upon solid enough objects surreptitiously are ridiculed by their fellows. The interlopers get on with the job unhindered. Mr. Gordon Creighton, a gifted linguist who has served in key positions of the British Foreign Service, has this to say: If and when we have grasped these grasps these tales of landing and contacts with the entities, means we may perhaps be on the road to understanding some of the larger aspects of the problem. One thing at least is certain: these stories of alleged meetings with denizens of other worlds and realms or levels of existence constitute a fascinating social, psychological, and possibly also a parapsychological enigma. If a new brand of psychosis is loosed among us, then instead of wasting so much time on why we hate our fathers and love our mothers, our mental experts and psychiatrists ought to be in the right from the start, studying and combating this new plague since its outbreak nearly 20 years ago. Valuable time has been lost. This book's main purpose is to present the many monsters and creature sightings with a minimum of theorization, but we can't ignore the many correlating details and cases we have already discussed. Those details suggest that many of these events may have been somehow interrelated, or may, when viewed in toto represent a larger whole. Witnesses of the hairy monsters and witnesses of the UFO events and psychic manifestations have experienced many of the same things. It now seems possible that many of the ghost tales of monster stories of folklore and demonology may have had a real basis, in fact, but were subject to misinterpretation. Instead of dealing with mere extraterrestrial visitors, as the students of UFO reports like to believe, we may be dealing with brief glimpses of something far broader and infinitely more complex. One of the paradoxes of UFO data is that the sheer weight of it negates its validity. There have now been millions of UFO sightings and thousands of landings and contacts, and yet it has all come to naught. We know as little now about the real phenomena as we did when the first flying saucers craze swept the country 23 years ago. The carefully investigated reported sightings and events are filled with obvious contradictions and impossibilities. Magnificently designed machines of apparent solidity have been described by witnesses of high reliability, such as generals, top officials, scientists, astronomers, pilots, and police officers. Now, if other equally reliable witnesses had reported identical machines in other parts of the country and the world, we could say with certainty that such machines are real and do exist. But this has not happened. The same descriptions rarely appear again in another report, and the general configurations, saucer shapes, cigar shapes, etc., are uniform but close-up witnesses, and there have been many, just do not seem to agree. The descriptions are as varied as reports themselves. Correlations are difficult. The reported UFO entities are also a mixed bag, not only in size but in general appearance. There have been UFO knots with pulpless eyes, glowing eyes as big as saucers, tiny beady eyes, or wrapped around slit eyes, cat-like eyes, and even no eyes at all. There have been noseless entities and mouthless entities. Ears have covered a wide range from being pointed to being elephant-like. Have all these people been seeing the same thing? Hardly. The skeptics prefer to believe that none of them have seen anything at all. Gordon Creighton focused his attention on the numerous landing reports from South America in 1965. He broke the cases involving descriptions of UFO knots into the following categories: UFO occupants descriptions and South Africa 1965. General description, number of cases: giants 6, tall men 9, medium or normal size 5, small men 10, tiny men with less than 3 feet high 12, hairy bellicose dwarfs 5, greenish creatures, green skin and green lights 3, hairy giants 1. Source: the humanoids. I wonder if they have that one. That looks like they probably could have that one. A human. I'm spelling it wrong. I know I don't move fast enough, do I? And then it's just, yeah. Yep. I know. That dude has a lot of problems. He sure the hell does. I spelled everything wrong there. I keep putting the wrong letters in. What the hell? Hugh. I got this all wrong. Maybe I should go to bed. Human? Why do I keep putting O? I keep putting O's in instead of the proper letters. I might have this one. But the created. Gordon Creighton. No. No. If I take Gordon Creighton out of it, there is the humanoids. And actually that one French dude is the names of that one. I mean Michelle. I hope it's not in French. Doesn't look like it. I think we can get you that one. Okay. And this is one of the humanoids edited by Charles Bowen. And Michelle, I mean, or whatever his name. He's part of that. The Humanoids, William Jackson, 1980. Huh. Several books by that name. Sorry about this. Yes. So that's the same one. Jack Williamson. Okay. Where am I at? Because I I'm gonna stop. Mr. Creighton also commented on the fact that 5 cases involve creatures that only one visible with only one visible eye. 2 of these were reportedly over 6 feet in height. The other one, all from Peru, within a period of less than 30 days, August through September 1965. We're supposedly less than 3 foot. What did I miss here? The other 3, all in Peru, within a period of less than 30 days, August through September 1965, were supposedly less than 3 feet tall. Early in February 1965, 5 luminous, transparent objects landed outside the village of Torrent in the province of Corrientes, northeast Argentina. 5, 6 to 7 feet tall creatures, all with only one eye in the center of their forehead, reportedly attacked the villagers. They entered the farmhouse, according to the report of Rodrigo de Renay and Reina, and tried to grab a man. He and his friend fought back, noting that the creatures seemed extremely fragile and weak, and the entities withdrew. But a day or so later, they went back, and once again they tried to catch a specimen for their zoo. This time the villagers turned out in force with rifles and shotguns and blasted away, apparently without effect, and the creatures left again empty-handed. Another one-eyed giant, this one with a vivid red complexion, no ears or nose, and a strange mouth, reportedly descended into the garden in the residential suburb of Familia Sagrada, Belo Horizonte, Brazil, on August 28, 1963, and approached 3 boys. One of the boys grabbed a brick and started to fling it, but the entity shot an orange beam at him from a square lamp on its chest and paralyzed the boy's arm. Fortunately, the boys emerged unscathed from this encounter. They were later closely interrogated by Professor Julio Brandt Alexo and other competent investigators, who said they found no reason to believe that the boys were not telling the truth. In Arequipa, southern Peru, Julio Lopez de Romena and Antonio Chavez Bedoya claimed they narrowly missed running over a tiny one-eyed being on September 29, 1965. It was 80 centimeters high, 31 inches, and they said it seemed to have silver or golden stripes around its body. A UFO appeared a few minutes later and flew along their car for some distance. That night, others in the area reported seeing a low-flying UFO too. A good many flying saucer reports seem to overlap into the realm of psychic phenomena. In August 1966, for example, 5 different people in Melbourne, Arkansas, reported encounters with a luminous, unidentified walking object. which was described as 8 feet tall, multicolored red, orange, and yellow. Many a ghost tale is probably based upon the appearances of these incomprehensibles. They seem to assume something only temporarily. On September 19th, 1963, 4 children playing behind a school in Saskatchewan, Canada, reportedly saw an oval-shaped light descend from the sky after circling overhead. A box seemed to fall from it and hover a few feet away. The children cautiously approached it and were startled when a man stood up, appearing suddenly. After that, we didn't see any box, Brian Whitehead, 11, later told investigators. The children estimated that the man was about 10 feet tall, dressed in clothes like a monk, which were white like a crayon, and sometimes I could see right through him, Brian said. The man made a moaning sound, held out his hands, floated towards the youngster. They ran in terror. One of the girls in the group became hysterical that she actually had to be hospitalized. Their parents and local police were impressed with their genuine fright and took their story seriously. UFO-type lights were seen in the district, but not all UFO nods are ghosts. In his study in 1954 case, Dr. Valet discovered that the majority appeared to be air-breathing creatures. A few were described as wearing some form of helmet and breathing apparatus. Some witnesses claimed that the UFO nods, particularly little men types, were wearing diving suits. In 10 of the 200 and 100, 200 in 10 of the 200 1954 cases, the UFO's occupants were described being of normal human height and appearance. Could it be possible that normal-looking human beings are riding around in flying saucers? There are now hundreds of cases in which this seems so. As far back as 1897, there have been innumerable stories of UFO occupants who seldom resemble human beings physically. In many of these events, the UFO nods were described as slight in stature, usually between 5 feet. Says here 5'5" and 5'9" tall, with dark olive complexions, angular faces, with pointed chin, high cheekbones, and slanted oriental-like eyes. This has become a very common description. There is also an interesting body of reports, several hundred cases from all parts of the world, in which the little men, a normal size type, and the giants were all described in the same way. Another interesting feature which turns up in many reports, both historically and modern, is that the fingers of these entities seem to be extraordinarily long, much longer and more slender than normal human hands. To compound the confusion, we also have a large file of fascinating men in black cases, largely unpublished, which describe entities of this exact type, dressed in black, who turn up in homes of witnesses throughout the country, dressed in conventional clothing and driving conventional cars. In some cases, these persons strongly advise the witnesses to keep silent about what they had seen. For years, The UFO buffs have assumed that they were representatives of the Air Force or even the CIA. The testimonial evidence and descriptions of the witnesses indicate, however, that these men in black are not part of the government at all, but are instead directly related to the UFO phenomenon. One of Argentina's leading newspapers, Cordoba, told on November 29, 1964, how the doctor and his wife were driving from Cordoba to Rio Ceballos on the night of June 5th, 1964, when they saw something flying towards them. They were about 30 kilometers from Playa Blanca's airport, so they assumed it was an airplane. Shortly after this, a blinding light appeared on the road in front of them. The translator, Gordon Creighton, describes the incident in the Flying Saucer Review. Thinking it was the headlights of an approaching vehicle, the doctor flashed his own lights as a signal to the other to dip his, for the light was so powerful that it was impossible to see the road at all. But the light remained undimmed and continued to approach, so the doctor gave up and pulled into the side of the road and stopped. The unknown vehicle finally halted only 1 yard in front.
I'm gonna take a shower.
Yes, sir. His car, its bright light now fading slowly to violet. They were able to perceive an elongated object. The doctor's wife became panicky, and they sat there for 20 minutes. The doctor had at last decided to get out and investigate when suddenly he saw somebody approaching. The doctor had his revolver at the ready, and when he heard a soft voice ask, "Que la pasa, amigo?" "What's the matter, friend?" The doctor replied that he had been trying to start his car again but couldn't. The voice replied, "Why don't you try again?" He did so, and the engine started. Then he put his lights on, and he saw the object in front of him was something unknown, something the like of which he had never seen before. I will continue the account in the doctor's own words. Then the man standing near the car glanced at me with a smile and said, "Don't be frightened. I am a terrestrial. I have a mission to complete here on Earth. My name is R. Space D. Space. My friend. You can tell mankind about it in your own fashion." The doctor added that the man then walked off slowly towards two beings, both dressed entirely in gray, who were waiting for him. All three got into the machine, which then took off swiftly and leaving a violet-colored trail. You can see that the possibilities are boundless. The UFO phenomenon gives us a monster for every occasion. Creatures with 6 arms, amoeba-like blobs, one-eyed giants, hairy little men. You name it, and somewhere in the UFO lore, you will find that somebody has seen it. As if all this isn't trouble enough, we have an apparent UFO entity driving around in black Cadillacs and seemingly normal human beings popping up out of purple impossibles on isolated highways. The big joke from outer space. Chapter 12. Two police officers in Gaffney, South Carolina, had a brief and not very informative chat with a little man in a tight-fitting gold suit early in the morning of October the 7th, 1966. They didn't know it, but scores of other apparently sober and reliable people have been reporting identical experiences for many years. These little men are an important part of the flying saucer lore. They have also been the butt of many jokes ever since the New Yorker published a cartoon some years back depicting a little man from a flying saucer addressing a horse in a field. "Take me to your leader." Quotes. The United States Air Force apparently received a rash of little men reports in the early 1950s, and in the 1955, Captain Robert White, then Pentagon spokesman for the official UFO chasing project Blue Book, told the press, "In the past 3 years, I have heard all kinds of descriptions of UFO knots, but the most frequent are little green, luminous, smelly types. Despite all the stories, I am still convinced that no spaceman had landed on Earth. Still, people keep insisting that they've seen little green men." South America seems to have been inundated with little green men in recent years. A 15-year-old boy named Alberto San Roman Nunes told the police in Lima, Peru, that he had been on the roof of his home taking in the wash on August 1st, 1965, when a saucer-like thing landed near him and discharged 3.5-foot tall being who had greenish lights on his skin that made him look like a frog. Terrified, Alberto ran for the stairs. As he did, a red light from the object enveloped him for a moment and then flew away, heading for the ocean. Police later found 4 circular marks, each a foot in diameter, on the roof. Another rooftop landing, also in Lima, occurred on August 24, 1965, when 20 students and their adult teachers heard some strange sounds on top of their school. They went to the roof and discovered a throbbing disc-shaped object, which took off as they all ran for cover. There have been many landings and sightings around schools all over the world. The sensational and much publicized sighting in Hillsdale, Michigan in 1966 took place directly in front of a dormitory on a college campus. Hundreds of children, teachers, and nearby adults residents saw a circular, seemingly metallic object hovering low over Crestview Elementary School in Miami, Florida on April 6, 1967. From all the reports, it is painfully obvious that the UFOs and their strange occupants have a special and perhaps unsavory interest in children. On October 4, 1965, 3 hysterical children charged into the office of the headmasters of the Liberator General St. Martin School in Salta, Argentina, and told him that several short, ugly, greenish monsters had attacked them and tried to catch them while they were walking to school. The story was nothing new to the headmaster. He told reporters he had heard the same sort of things before, about 2 years earlier. There are now hundreds of cases in which UFO knots have reportedly spoken to witnesses in the local language and have even made bids for publicity. Argentinian shopkeeper Felipe Martinez claimed 3 separate encounters with a little man in yard and a little man a yard high. Excuse me. He wore a diver's costume and helmet and spoke Portuguese slowly with difficulty. Martinez said that they asked him to help them gain recognition, but he told them that all he could do was to report the meeting on the radio station later. After another alleged meeting, he said he was taken aboard a saucer with 4 crew members, all less than a meter in height, less than 39 inches, while a 5th occupant was a blond man about 6 feet tall. On that occasion, he said the crewmen put a spacesuit on him, but it caused his heart to pump so rapidly that he had to take it off. That was 1965. On August 14th, 1965, Joel, I guess it's, I don't know how to pronounce it. Hoyo, maybe it's Hoyo del Rio, some is Hoyo del Rio, a railway worker who was fishing on the river Paraíba near the village of Cruzeiros in Brazil, when a saucer-like object landed nearby, and a tiny man 70 centimeters high, 28 inches, with big luminous eyes addressed him in perfect Portuguese. He said he was from another world and authorized Rio to tell whomever he pleased. Then he handed the astonished fisherman a small metal disc and said he would return, hopped back into his saucer, and flew off. The young witness reportedly turned the disc over to the authorities for analysis. That was the last we ever heard of that. Another piece of metal, this one bearing a peculiar inscription, was apparently dropped in front of 2 students near the Mexican Polytech Institute in Mexico City, Mexico, on August 19, 1965. The students, Diego and Peyo Rodriguez, said that at 8:30 a.m. that morning, a luminous dome disc landed on tripod legs near them, and 2 small creatures about 80 centimeters, about 31 inches tall, wearing a gas mask, got out, dropped the metal plate in front of them, flew off again. Investigators found the grass was burnt at the alleged landing site, and there were marks where the tripod legs had rested. Drops of strange fluid were also found. Similar fluid has been found at many other UFO landing sites. It consists of alumina, and silicone, both mundane earthly substances. The metal plates was turned over to the laboratory of the National Polytech Institute, and nothing further was said about it. Flying saucer flaps have occurred repeatedly around reservoirs, lakes, and rivers, indicating perhaps what the water plays an important role in UFO mystery. That's a very important statement. Perhaps that water plays an important role in the UFO mystery. For example, hundreds of people saw all kinds of mysterious aerial objects around the Wanakue, New Jersey reservoir in 1966. A fisherman named Jose Alves of Panel, Brazil, identified as a hard-working, quiet man who has never even heard of flying saucer before his experience, said that he saw three little dark-skinned men get out of a flying object on November 4th, 1954, and one of them filled a shiny metal tube with water from the river Pardo. Numerous Indian tribes in the western United States and Canada have legends about little men who come to specific lakes and rivers for water year after year. These places have been avoided by Indians and regarded as sacred. In Mexico, there are extensive legends about the Huachops. I guess it's Huachops. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's Wachhoqs. Ox or Huachops. Maybe that's what it is. Little people who visit Mexican streams and lakes in the distant past, walking under water and glittering diving suits. The Irish have always told us of little men in tight-fitting green or brown costumes who frequent lakes and rivers on the old sod. While most of us tend to dismiss the leprechaun lore in Ireland as folk tales and myths, there are a number of impressive and well-documented books relating the numerous appearances of these tiny elusive beings. Many of these accounts of witnesses allegedly encounter leprechauns on the banks of streams and lakes where they are filling a receptacle with water. Like most of our UFO knots, the leprechaun is supposed to be skittish and flees from human beings. And also, like our UFO knots and monsters, the leprechauns are supposed to be capable of leaping great distances and disappearing into the thin air. In Sweden and Denmark, we hear about trolls, gnome-like beings who live in the earth and who are physically deformed. The leprechauns are supposed to live underground too. And woe unto anyone who tries to find their hiding places. From time to time, they are said to kidnap children and whisk them away forever. In the UFO lore, we have the Deros, detrimental robots, detrimental robots, who are supposed to live underground in secret caves, or even in the hollowed out center of the earth. Variations on this underground dwellers theme can be found in ancient Oriental legends going back thousands of years. Not all of the little people mythology is baseless. Archaeological evidence of a sort does exist. The ruins of ancient cities in South America have been found honeycombed with tiny tunnels, staircases, and passageways, so small that normal men have to traverse them on their hands and knees. Who built these things and why? Even in the United States, in New Salem, New Hampshire, not far from Exeter, site of a UFO flap in 1965, there is an ancient construction of tunnels and tiny chambers built long before the Indians arrived. They say that tiny men constructed the place. Another elaborate system of tiny tunnels lies outside of Cusco, Peru, home of many intense saucer flaps. A large number of people reported seeing two luminous dwarfs get out of a disk near Cusco on August 20th, 1965. The Lieutenant General of Santa Barbara, Peru, solemnly declared that he encountered two tiny humanoids walking in the snow near Lake Kulukoka, Choka, Kola Chocha. I don't think I said that right. On September 12, 1965, they disappeared, he said, in the midst of a deafening noise. This unfathomable ability to vanish instantly into thin air is described in many reports. During the August 1965 flap, 6 witnesses in Grand Forks, North Dakota, said they saw a blinking, transparent circular object resting on a golf course, and that it contained little figures inside, moving like a silhouette. When some of the witnesses ran towards the object, it disappeared with a loud bang. It just blew up. One of them observed it. Other transparent objects have been seen many times over the years. On August 28, 1962, 3 people encountered a brightly lit object on the ground 300 yards from National Highway number 2 near the city of Dolores, Argentina. It was, they said, about 30 feet long and 15 feet high, and there were human-like figures moving about inside the machine. These were the nighttime sightings. Suppose these same objects flew over your house during the day. Would you be able to see them at all? The human eye can be compared to a radio receiver. It is tuned to detect only a very small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, the mid-range of the electromagnetic waves known as the visible light. Thus, any wave tuned to a frequency above or below that range is invisible to the naked eye. The evidence indicates that occult and UFO activities are largely conducted in those frequencies beyond human perception. Man-made instruments such as radar are tuned to these higher unseen frequencies and can occasionally intercept objects unseen to human eyes. Visible flying saucers are possible. The UFOs are invisible to the human eye. A spokesman from the British War Office told the London Sunday Dispatch on October 1954. Radar installations in Great Britain had repeatedly picked up whole formations of unidentified objects that September, some of them passing overhead at low altitude. Military personnel scrambled outside their offices to take a look and were much puzzled to find the skies clear and empty. Every time they have followed the same pattern, always around midday. The War Office spokesman continued. All our radar sets in the area have picked them up. The full story told in Major Donald E. Kehoe's book, Flying Saucer Conspiracy. I never thought I'd be interested in studying UFOs. Just never thought I'd get to that point. But what can you do, you know? There's something going on around us. And saying it's all mass hysteria or just people making up shit, sure, there's a lot of people don't have a problem lying. Did you know that? But that doesn't mean all of us lie. And I know if I had my sightings, doesn't mean a little green man it does not mean they're little green men. It does not mean that at all. Did I get it right here? Doesn't look like they have it there. They have other ones, but they don't have that one. Let's see if we can find it with that other one, Donald E. Keyhole. Oh, they got there's flying saucers are real. From Donald Keyhole. And this is audio? Oh. Huh. Well, that'd be nice. So we got that one. I don't blame if you aren't interested, except that it's a strong connection of what I'm experiencing. At least one contactee has been told that flying saucers are normally invisible to us. The witness, Gary Wilcock, was a hard-working young man alone on a 300-acre farm outside of Newark Valley, New York, around 10 a.m. on Friday, April 24, 1964. Mr. Wilcock was out spreading fertilizer when he saw a flash of light like a mirror reflection and discovered an egg-shaped object hovering a few feet off the ground nearby. It was, he said, about 20 feet long and 12 to 15 feet wide, with rounded ends. And puzzled, he walked over to it and touched it. It was just like touching an automobile. He later told investigators, and there was a sound like a motor idling. Suddenly, two small figures dropped onto the ground and from the underside of the object. Although they were human in shape, they were only about 4 feet tall, and both were encased in silvery one-piece suits. Their heads and faces were also covered by the same opaque material. They were holding trays on which they appeared to have soil samples. Their hands were out of sight under these trays. "Don't be afraid," Wilcox was told by one of them. He spoke in a deep voice that seemed to come from his chest rather than his head. We have talked to people before." They were somewhat surprised that he could see them. Wilcock reported they told him that their craft was normally invisible at distances beyond 100 feet. Furthermore, they did most of their work in the daytime because their vehicles were harder to see then. At night, they said, their aircraft tended to glow in the dark and betray their positions. Wilcock, a sober, well-educated, articulate young man, dutifully reported his story to the local sheriff and signed a sworn statement on May 1st, 1964. We have a copy of the statement in our files. In it, Wilcox stated that the UFO-nauts had told him that astronauts John Glenn, Virgil Grissom, and 2 Soviet cosmonauts would die within a year due to exposure to space. This prophecy was not too precise. John Glenn slipped in his bathtub and damaged an inner ear, which affected his sense of balance for several months. Coincidentally, Yuri Gagarin, or Russia's first man in space, suffered an identical accident around the same time. In January 1965, Virgil Grissom was among the 3 astronauts who died in a disastrous fire aboard an Apollo space capsule undergoing testing. 4 months later, on April 24, 1967, exactly 3 years after Wilcox's encounter, Russian cosmonaut Colonel Vladimir Kosmarov died when his space capsule crashed. Gagarin was killed a year later in a plane crash. Wilcox said that the little men talked to him for about 2 hours, discussing many things that were beyond his comprehension. They warned him, he said, that it would be in his best interest not to talk about the incident. When they finally got back into the object, it glided upward a short distance and suddenly seemed to vanish. A reddish jelly-like substance remained behind on the ground. Wilcox said they couldn't seem to get hold of it. He couldn't seem to get hold of it with his hands to pick it up. It melted away in a day or so. Dr. Bert Hall E. Schwartz, a leading psychiatrist, visited Mr. Wilcox in 1968 and carefully examined him. There was no evidence for any undue perceptions, trends of thought, or pathological thinking, or inappropriate effect. Dr. Schwartz later noted in his report in the Flying Saucer Review. Another young farmer, Carl Wayne Waits, came up with a somewhat more horrifying story in 1967. He received national publicity in March 1968 after failing a lie detector test in Amarillo, Texas. The Waits story is filled with mystery men and other ingredients so unpopular that ufologists who prefer to think in straightforward terms of benevolent big brothers from outer space. Does that make sense? Another ingredient so unpopular with UFOs. Okay. For Carl Watts, the nightmare began in 10:30 p.m. on Friday, March 31st, 1967. He was driving home towards local Texas when he saw a strange light near an abandoned house. He turned off the road and headed for the light. When he got closer, he saw an object, and he said was about 100 feet long and 8 or 10 feet high. And he stopped and got out of his car to investigate. There was a door on the side of the thing which slid up, open, and then detached. A voice spoke to him. It was an unemotional voice, he said, neither masculine or feminine. It asked me where did I just lost? Okay, it asked me if I would be willing to submit to a rigorous physical examination. I asked them why I would want to take a physical, and they told me that if I passed it, I would be able to make a flight with them. They said any man who passed the physical could make a flight, but no women or children would be taken. They pointed out a machine against the opposite wall from where I was standing, he continued, and they said all I had to do was stand before the machine and take the physical. About 2 or 3 feet forward from the machine was a map. It was about a yard square and began about a foot from the floor. It appeared to be a large-scale land map, but I couldn't tell what it was a map of. Then they informed me that they had a machine that when the ship flew within 300 yards of the building could only could tell how many people were in the building and their ages. They, whoever they were, said they were stationed all over the world and could come and go as they pleased. No one could stop them. When I declined the physical, they told me that several people had taken the test and had made flights. Mr. Watts said no thanks and returned to his car as the object rose noisily and flew away. He reported the incident to the Air Force and the local authorities and was taken seriously. His reputation was described as beyond reproach, and 3 others, including an Air Force man, had reported sighting the same area a few days before. 2 weeks later, on Tuesday, April 11, 1967, Watts said he saw another light near his home. The engine of his pickup truck stalled. When he got out, he found an egg-shaped object directly behind him. A door opened and 4 small men appeared. They were less than 5 feet tall, he said, and seemed muscular and had elongated eyes and slits like mouths, which did not move when they spoke. They were dressed in white coverall-type suits. They asked him again to go with them, and this time he went. He claimed that he was flown to a much larger craft where he was examined by some sort of machine which probed his body with wires. And in the months which followed, he saw the little men again and took 11 photographs of them and their aircraft. 6 of these were eventually turned over to the FBI, and 1 picture went to Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Hynek was quoted in the press as taking the whole story seriously. In February 1968, Carl Watts consented to take a lie detector test. On Sunday, February 25th, he started out for Amarillo to submit to the test. Near Haley, Texas, on Route 287, came upon a 1957 Plymouth, which was apparently in trouble. A woman stood next to it. He stopped to see if he could help her. 2 rugged men carrying rifles suddenly popped up from under a nearby culvert and threatened him, he claimed. He said that they struck him about the shoulders with their weapons and warned him that if he passed the lie detector test, he would never return home alive. A very frightened Carl Watts entered the Amarillo Security Control Company that afternoon. He submitted to the test but deliberately lied. He declared later so that the results would be negative. When he returned home that evening, he noticed a car parked in a short distance away. It began to cruise back and forth in front of his house. He dug out his M1 rifle and loaded it and hid behind a storm cellar next to the house. The car was passing back and forth without headlights. On its final pass, there was 3 loud reports as if the occupants of the car were shooting at the house. Watts fired back with his M1, shooting at the retreating car 3 times. Then he called local police, and investigators found 6 spent cartridges next to the storm cellar, but there were no marks of any kind on the house. A former Air Force officer, Captain Robert B. Lofton, author of Identified Flying Saucers, performed a first-hand study on the case. He was impressed with the harassed witness who incidentally had hinted that he suspected the CIA was behind it all and was trying to hush him up. The story is now being circulated among ufologists as another CIA silencing. The UFO nuts' stratagems are varied and seemingly pointless. Sometimes they threaten witnesses. Sometimes they pass along prophecies, which later come true. Sometimes they just seem to drop in for a meaningless chat with whatever Earthman happens to be handy. 2 police officers in South Carolina participated in one of these chats back in 1966. Their story appeared in only a single local newspaper, and months later it was briefly mentioned in the pages of Fate magazine. In that account, the 2 men described the little man as having a greenish complexion. Had 2 police officers really seen a little green man? And in November 1967, we finally had an opportunity to find out. We gave a lecture in Atlanta, Georgia, and then rented a car and drove to Gaffney, South Carolina, to chase the story down. Patrolman Charles Hutchins, one of the witnesses, turned out to be an ebullient man. Ebullient man. Okay, I get it. Ebullient man, stocky, about 5 feet 10 inches tall, in his early 30s. He regarded us with some suspicion at first, asking for assurance that we are not with the government. Like most of the country, he had heard of a well-publicized tragedy of the Ohio police officer Dale Spar, who had lost his job and suffered all kinds of unpleasantness after being involved in a celebrated Ohio UFO chase in 1966. We had adjourned to an empty room in the police station. He began with a confession. The little man had not been a green complexion, as was reported in the newspaper, he said. When he and the officer A.J. Husky first told their story, they had been subjected to so many jeers that they implicitly added green complexion. Actually, he admitted the creature's face seemed rather ordinary and human-like, and neither man was able to tell whether his complexion was light or dark. Hutchins had been in the Gaffney police force for about 6 months at the time. And Husky had been a policeman for 5 years. Sometime after 4 a.m. on the morning of November 17, 1962, the 2 men were making a routine patrol along the isolated and unpopulated road through an outlying section of Gaffney known as the West Burford Street Extension, when, as we neared the right-angle bend in the road, they suddenly saw a metallic object directly in front of them. This object was descending when they first saw it. Hutchins said, and it was about 20 feet above the ground. He described it as being spherical, like a ball with a wide flat rim around it. There were no lights or portholes visible on it. It was completely dark, reflecting a dull gold color in the headlights of the police car. The car did not stall. As the object settled within a few feet of the ground, both men got out of their car in a state of benumbed amazement. Later, Hutchins estimated that the object must have been about 20 feet in diameter. A small door suddenly opened noiselessly on the other side of the sphere, he said, and a short ladder about 4 to 6 feet long dropped down. White lights poured out of the opening, but neither man could see anything in the interior. A figure appeared in the doorways, descended the ladder, and walked slowly and deliberately towards the two police officers. When the figure reached at a point about 15 to 20 feet from the two men, it stopped. It didn't move stiffly, the officer Hutchins told us. He moved just like anybody else, but kind of slow, like he was taking his time. He wasn't scared of us or anything like that. In appearance, he was about the size of a 12-year-old boy, maybe 4 feet. He wore no helmet and headgear and was dressed in a gold suit with no buttons or zippers. His costume was shiny like metal in reflection of the headlights. It was not self-luminous. We were both kind of shaky and scared. Hutchins admitted frankly, so he did most of the talking. When he asked questions, he wouldn't answer us, but just went right on talking. Hutchins could not remember seeing the feet of the creature. I know that feeling. It was standing in high grass, and the feet must have been hidden. Unfortunately, our interview took place a full year after the incident, and both men had understandably forgotten small details. They could not even remember the full context of the conversation. He talked really good, like a college graduate, Hutchins claimed. Didn't have any accent or anything. He acted like he knew exactly what he was saying and doing. Didn't make any quick moves or false moves. He just stood there and talked to us. What exactly was said, Officer Hutchins recalls, that he stammered out question. He stammered out question like, "What are you doing here?" The creature didn't reply, but asked a question of his own. He wanted to know why we were both dressed alike. Hutchins says, so I guess we told him we were police officers. His speech was very, very precise. He pronounced each word very carefully. I can't remember everything he said now, but it wasn't anything very important. I asked him where he was from, but he didn't answer. He just laughed. He had a funny kind of laugh. The confrontation was brief, perhaps only 2 to 3 minutes. That's a long confrontation. Then Hutchinson said, the creature announced, "I will return in 2 days." He turned and walked slowly back to the ladder and climbed into the object. The door closed quietly and the craft began to whir. I wasn't like those whirring sounds in the science fiction movies. I think I say it wasn't. There was no screeching to it. Hutchin observed it was soft, like an engine with a muffler on it. The object rose slowly and vanished into the sky. The two policemen said they stood there for 20 minutes in stunned silence before they finally pulled themselves together and returned to the police station. They went back to the site the next day with a local councilman named Hill and found several fresh footprints in the exact spot where the little man had stood. They looked like children's footprints. Hutchins said no casts were made. Hutchins appeared to be a straightforward, honest witness. There were many details he could not remember. It seemed he did not attempt to embellish his story at all. His reputation in Gaffney is excellent. Careful cross-examination failed to uncover any discrepancies in his narrative. Later, we spoke to A.J. Husky on the phone. We did not meet him. He confirmed Hutchins' story, but said he wanted to forget the whole thing. He had left the force and now operates his own business in Gaffney, a town about 10,000. Neither Hutchins nor Husky had read any UFO literature before the incident, nor do they seem very interested in such literature now. They were not aware of the numerous other far-flung contactee stories in which the witnesses also reported that the UFOnauts declared that they would return at a specific time, as a number of South American cases cited earlier. Of course, that never really ever happens. Both men revisited the landing site nightly for 2 weeks after the incident without seeing anything unusual. However, they did see a large orange ball sailing across the sky a few days later. I've seen that one before. That's what I saw. Anyway, we don't know how long his days are, Hutchins observed sagely. There are mysteries within mysteries. The whole UFO monster phenomenon is like a Chinese nest of boxes. Open one and you find another one inside. Since the early days of flying saucer scare, ufologists have carefully noted that UFOs seem to spend a lot of time around our atomic energy installations and other sites of strategic importance. But it is also true that an equal number of UFO sightings and events seem to be concentrated around gravel pits, garbage dumps, and cemeteries. In fact, it is probable that many of the earlier cemetery ghost sightings were actually UFO manifestations. Our funny creatures also seem to be dispersed among and even interchangeable with our more bizarre monsters. When they are not hanging around atom bomb factories and garbage dumps, they are sniffing around oil wells and refineries, even in the heart of cities. One puzzling creature report, which seems to be a mixture of many things, took place in Erie, Pennsylvania in 1966. The night of July 31, 1966, a glowing object chose to land on a deserted beach in Presque Isle Park, Erie, Pennsylvania. I know I'm not saying it right, but Presque. While 5 young people in a car stuck in a sand a few hundred feet away watched after it landed, the object projected strange beams of light into the nearby woods. Then a tall, dark figure shuffled off to the car and terrified the witnesses, leaving a scratch on the roof of the vehicle. The next day, quantities of silicone were found at the landing site, along with some peculiar cone-like indentations in the sand. The Presque Island police vouched for the witnesses and said that they were sincerely frightened. Scores of other people in Erie reported seeing unusual aerial lights that same night. When we went to Erie to investigate this case, we found a curious note in the police files. A woman had called them to report another monster sighting, this on West 3rd Street, facing Erie Harbor and directly across from Presque Island. The woman, Mrs. Julie Hellwig, sorry, it's always happening, told us she was awakened by barking dogs at 5:30 a.m. on the morning Wednesday, August 3rd, 1966, and when she looked out the window, she saw a human shape being about 5 feet 6 inches tall. It was clothed, she said, in a yellow jacket and yellow trousers with no discernible pockets, belts, or other features. The head, she said, was huge, moon-shaped, and when seen from the side, the back appeared to be flat. This head was covered with scraggly, but I'm going to get scraggly. Straggly brown hair, a muddy color. The creature had very big shoulders and slender build. It moved with a stiff, jerky, mechanical motion, holding its arms close to its side. Sounds like a zombie. The arms did not move at all. Its legs did not bend at the knees. He moved, and she said, like a mechanical wind-up toy. Our local dogs were barking at its heels, but ignored them. The sight of the creature frightened her, and she woke up her husband. He looked out the window, but since he was not wearing his glasses, he said he only saw something moving. The creature appeared across from the United Oil storage tanks on West 3rd Street and walked stiffly out of view. Another woman in the area saw a similar creature the same week. This woman, who wants to remain anonymous, says she was driving down 3rd Street late at night when she saw the creature. She stopped her car. It came up to the car, pounded on the hood, then moved off into the darkness. Like so many other witnesses to the unbelievable, Mrs. Hellwig felt very alone because no one took her story seriously. She had never heard of any similar story herself. Now she knows that she has plenty of company. Who or what are all these assorted spacemen, monsters, and beasts, and bogeymen, that's what it is. It does look as if some of them, perhaps all of them, hitch rides aboard flying saucers. If some do, they all come from a single place, or are we being invaded by 100 different groups from 100 different unknown places? Most of these monsters and humanoids obviously breathe our atmosphere without any problem. Some of them seem to be able to speak our language. If they come from another planet, then it must have environmental conditions almost identical to our own. The odds, our astronauts keep telling us, are against this possibility. Do all these characters know each other? Could it be that they are working in unison to accomplish their goals, whatever those goals might be? And one little publicized incident of the footprints of both giants and dwarfs were found together in the vicinity of a single UFO touchdown. It happened on December 24th, 1960, outside of Durango, Colorado. On that Christmas Eve, over a dozen witnesses saw a huge, intensely lighted object swing down from the sky and disappear among the trees on a nearby peak. At the top of it, you could definitely see a circle or dome. Wade Folsom later told the Durango Herald, and quotes, every foot or so apart were lights. ... I wouldn't call them windows because they didn't look like ordinary windows. ... They seemed to revolve. One flop over one row after another. Where I get one? It said two flop over one row after another. so they seem to revolve to flop over one row after another. The next day, the Folsom's pet dog dashed into the house in a state of terror and died at their feet. The members of the family went up to the mountainside and discovered an area where overhanging tree limbs had been broken off. They found a vast number of footprints, unlike anything they had seen in the mountains before. Under Sheriff Myron Darmore and Deputy Bill Heiser later visited the site and reported that one set of prints were definitely human, even though they were 15 inches long, and they were accompanied by other human-like footprints only 5 inches long. These tracks led to a deserted mountain cabin, circled around it, and returned to the touchdown site. A dog belonging to the neighbor of the Folsoms reportedly disappeared on the night of the sighting and was never seen again. Could it be that the little man and the giants are preparing to gang up on us? We have made a grave but human mistake by trying to lump all these things together into a simple framework, assuming our peace of mind that unidentified flying objects are visitants from another planet here merely to survey us before established contact. If all this is the work of a superior intelligence from somewhere out there, it is infinitely more complicated than UFO buffs have dreamed of. The deeper you plunge into the subject, the more complex it all becomes. One answer raises 100 more questions. Many of the objects and their occupants are openly honest to us and have proven this is the case after case. Almost all the thousands of reports prove that they are conducting a vast program here as secretly as possible. Perhaps they occasionally plant monsters in the flap areas and stage absurd events just to reinforce our skepticism and disbelief. Are they buying time with our stupidity? Cattle rustlers from the skies. In 1897, a farmer named Alexander Hamilton signed an affidavit swearing that he and his family had seen an illuminated dirigible occupied by very strange-looking beings carrying off one of his heifers. The animal's hide was found in a nearby field the next day. This story has been written up in almost every UFO book on the shelf, so we will not linger over it here. It is a sobering fact that animal mutilations and disappearances occur with disturbing regularity in UFO flap areas, just as they seem to be an integral part of the general monster scene. 3 farmhands outside of Twin Falls, Idaho, told police that a glowing elliptical machine settled in a field near an isolated steer on September 7, 1956. The men started to run towards it, but it shot upwards and disappeared. The steer apparently went with it, for it was gone. Another case, later discounted as an April Fool's Day joke, appeared on West Coast newspapers in 1963. The bewildered farmer in Chileno Valley, California, was supposed to have reported that a flying saucer had stampeded his herd of cattle. Aroused by the rumpus, he reached is seen just in time to see a group of short men in white coveralls grab a calf and haul it into an object. A farmer in Isola, Italy, accused three dwarfs in metallic diving suits of stealing several of his pet rabbits. On November 14, 1954, he claimed he caught the thieves red-handed near his hutches. He said he had seen a bright cigar-shaped machine land nearby and had grabbed his rifle, but when he confronted the rustlers, the rifle not only failed to fire but became so heavy that he had to drop it. Then he found himself paralyzed, unable to move or speak, while the little men carried his rabbits off to the object and flew away. In South America, the ufologist Paradise police officials investigating extensive flying saucer reports in Barcelos, Brazil, and September 1962 learned that 17 chickens and 6 pigs and 2 cows had all vanished during the UFO wave. A man also disappeared during the flap. His name was Telemaco Xavier. He vanished near the village of Villa Concilco, late on the night of September 1st, 1962. 3 plantation workers testified that they had seen a lone man walking down a deserted road that night when an illuminated circular object spraying sparks swept down from the sky. 3 men leaped out and grabbed the lone stroller and dragged him off. Whether or not Senor Xavier was that man remains unproven, but he was never seen again. Minutes away from the New York City, several pigs reported vanished from their well-protected pens at the Agricultural College in Farmingdale during August 1967. There had been repeated power failures in the area throughout the summer, and many flying saucer sightings had taken place there. We visited the college and learned that single pigs had been removed from several different pens. Since the pigs were enclosed in high fences, it would have seemed more reasonable for an intelligent pig thief to confine his activities to one pen. At 10 p.m. on February 5, 1968, many people in Farmingdale proper said that a large luminous sphere had appeared over the town. West Virginia and Ohio have had all kinds of animal mysteries since their UFO flap began in 1966, shortly after sundown. Yeah.
Can I get a game? It's $14 or $15 actually, but.
Do you have enough room in your computer for all that?
Yeah.
Well, you said it's slowing down. I don't care. Here. Sorry for the pause. Not that anybody listens. But I'm reading out loud to strengthen my vocal cords and my brain.
True. Thank you, then. Oh, no!
$875. Where am I at in all this? West Virginia and Ohio have had all kinds of animal mysteries since their UFO flaps began in 1966. Shortly after sundown, on the evening of November 14, 1966, Newell Partridge of Salem, West Virginia, was watching television when suddenly a set began to make noises like a generator. As he decided to take a look outside, his thoroughbred German Shepherd Bandit started carrying on something terrible. He he flashed a light into the neighboring field and saw what he described as two bright red glowing objects. Bandit growled and ran into the field. The lights vanished and the dog was never seen again. A week later, another West Virginian, a man who asked to remain anonymous because people think those who see these things are crazy, reported that a cigar-shaped object that sounded like a Washington Times signal landed in his yard. His dog ran towards the object and was apparently attacked by something before the object flew off. The animal limped back bloody and badly frightened. Across the Ohio River, William Watson's German Shepherd disappeared early in November and was found a week later in the center of an isolated field on George's Creek Road outside of Gallipolis, Ohio. The knee-high grass around the dog's body was pressed flat in a perfect circle, 20 feet in diameter. Although there was no sign of the dog had been attacked by an unknown animal, every bone in his body was crushed, and there was absolutely no blood in evidence. When we visited Gallipolis in December of that year, we discovered that many people had seen unidentified flying objects around George's Creek Road. Mrs. Marlin Taylor told us that she had been driving there at 7:15 p.m. on an evening in December 9, 1966, when a circular reddish-orange light appeared in front of her at the telephone pole height. And it bobbed up and down, she said, and flashed beams of light towards the road. It was the size of a helicopter, but it was no helicopter, she declared. She said she followed it for about a mile until she reached a well-lit area near the transformer installation. Then the object shot into the air and disappeared. Her 4 children were with her in the car. Her 6-year-old boy expressed great fear of the object. A nurse who lives on the farm with her 2 teenage children outside Gallipolis sought us out and told us a long and involved story about her experiences with the objects and their occupants. She keeps cows on her farm and claimed that someone was butchering them in her fields. She had seen the rustlers on several occasions and had gone after them with a shotgun. They're tall men with white coveralls, she expressed. They can certainly run and jump. I've seen them leap over high fences from a standing start. This woman, whom we will call Mrs. Bryant, had seen large luminous spheres at the treetop level around her home. Furthermore, she claimed that the elderly couple who had lived on her property for years had often told her about the strange lights in the area. Sightings went back 30 years. The couple had described them as being like a lantern on a stick that somebody waves back and forth in the hills. Mrs. Bryant's trouble with cattle rustlers had started back around 1963 through 64. Her house was burnt to the ground during that period. She built a new 1-story ranch house on the same site. The cattle rustlers, she explained, had ruthlessly butchered a number of her animals very expertly. But they didn't seem to want the choice steak cuts. Instead, they rather pointlessly removed the brains and other organs of little commercial value, and there was never any blood in the evidence. She had complained repeatedly to both the police and the FBI. Her children confirmed the strange things were also happening to their telephone. Mrs. Bryant was convinced that someone was tapping it. She also said that she had once awakened alone in the house and unable to move and felt a wave of almost overpowering heat as she heard her kitchen door open. She had double locked it before going to bed. She assured us while she laid there helplessly, she said she saw a tall figure walk through the kitchen and apparently go out another locked door on the other side. That door, we discovered when we visited the house, led to nowhere. There were no steps outside it, only a steep drop to the ground. Other strange sounds pervaded the house, and she claimed that she had heard heavy footsteps on the roof and loud metallic clangs. The house is situated on a hill far back from a narrow dirt road and commands a good view of the surrounding area. Mrs. Bryant's 12-year-old son told his own sightings, and he also remarked about a big Air Force flying boxcar cargo plane which frequently flew over the area at treetop level. A year earlier, we would have put Mrs. Bryant down as paranoid. Her story smacked of a persecution complex gone muck, but we had heard too many similar tales in our travels to take her lightly. Have you ever awakened in the middle of the night with an uneasy feeling that there's a stranger in the room or in the house? This has happened to nearly everyone at some time or another, excluding, of course, the incidents in which that someone proved to be a real burglar or prowler. But it seems to happen too often with UFO witnesses and contactees. On a warm June evening, 1962, Gregory Skyty, 18, woke up around 11:30 p.m. With that feeling. He was alone in a little house near Tootle Creek, Pennsylvania, for his mother worked on the night shift in a nearby factory. There was a light in the room. Mr. Skyty wrote to us in 1967. I quickly tried to get up and found it impossible to move. I tried to turn my head to see where the light was coming from. This I also found impossible. It seemed as if though the only control I had was over my eyelids. The feeling I had was something like when you are very tired, just too tired to move. Then I heard something on the steps just outside the door, something like a heavy breathing sound. I heard it moving around. I tried to scream to find out if I was dreaming, but I couldn't do anything but move my eyelids. Then, just like it started, it stopped. The light went out, and it was like I was pushing on something heavy, and it suddenly moved. He ran down the stairs, badly frightened, grabbed a rifle, and loaded it. He called for his dog Teddy, a collie, who he knew was somewhere in the house, but Teddy was gone. He searched the grounds around the house with a flashlight. He had another dog which was kept in the yard. That animal was also gone. The next night he continued. He was sitting in his car in the driveway talking to a girlfriend when a strange object rose up from the woods behind the house. 4 windows were visible in the dark oval shape as it passed between the moon and the young couple. It was not a plane, he declared. I feel rather silly discussing this, he concluded. I have never mentioned it to anyone but my mother and my wife. My mother sort of laughed at me and told me I was dreaming, but there is not a doubt in my mind that the incident took place. We never did find a trace of our 2 dogs. What's going on? You have problems getting it? Can you bring my card back? The best popularized animal case in 1967 involved Snippy, the pet horse, Mrs. Valerie Lewis. Thank you. Which was found mysteriously butchered near Alamosa, Colorado. Alamosa. And Burley Lewis and the pet horse Snippy in Alamosa, Colorado. That September, flying saucers had been reported consistently in the area for over 5 years, according to Alamosa County Sheriff Ben Phillips. But he theorized that Snippy was the victim of a strange lightning bolt. A pathologist from Denver examined the horse's carcass, however, and found that all of the fluid had been drained from the brain in some manner. He rejected outright the lightning theory. This particular case was badly muddled by the amateurish investigation and became a center of a totally meaningless controversy. NICAP's final conclusion was that some hoaxer had hauled a vat of acid out in the field where Snippy was prancing, slit the animal's throat with a scalpel, and built a huge tripod with long, heavy poles, and lowered the horse into a vat of acid with blocks and tackle. Then they picked up their poles, vat, and left. Somehow it is easier to believe that than little green men did it. Whoever killed Snippy left an ordinary terrestrial type thermometer behind. Another rather circumstantial case took place in Ontario, Canada, early in November 1967. Two young men, Terry Godmurphy and Stephen Grexton, said they encountered a circular object about 100 feet in diameter on Highway 17 outside of Livingston, Ontario. It was surrounded by an orange glow, and they said, and it went down towards the highway, stopped for a while, then came straight up and began traveling towards us. It appeared to be about 100 feet up. The boys were so frightened that they slammed their car into reverse and backed down the highway in a panic. When the officers in Ontario Provincial Police visited the area, the object was gone, but they noted the smell of sulfur in the air. That same week, two horses belonging to Lome Wogomoth and nearby Sour Bay, Ontario, suffered strange cuts. A favorite riding horse, Furry, came to the barn one morning with a long, clear cut on its neck. When the mare Susie failed to turn up for breakfast, its owner went searching and found the animal dead in the field with its jugular veins deftly cut. That night, another horse owned by R. Boyer in Salon went wild. We have collected other animal mutilations cases from Pennsylvania, Washington, Oregon, Ohio, and West Virginia in December of '67. Another cow was found near Galapagos, Ohio, with the unkindest cut of all. It had been neatly severed in two, as if it had been chopped in half by a giant pair of scissors. The organs and blood and the lower half had all been removed. There have probably been thousands of animal mutilations over the years, but because of their seemingly fragile relationship to the UFO phenomena, few of them have been directly reported. Such stories rarely make the newspapers. Police often believe that they are dealing with a gang of cattle rustlers and deliberately keep complaints buried in their files until they can catch the culprits. Who can say how many bloodless carcasses are scattered throughout the hills, forests, and fields of America? It seems that animal blood is not all they are after either. In the wee hours of a rainy morning, early March 1967, a Red Cross bloodmobile laden with freshly collected human blood was driving along Highway 2 next to the Ohio River en route to Red Cross headquarters in Huntington, West Virginia. The driver was Bew Schertzer, and he was occupied by a young nurse. As they hit a completely deserted stretch of road, a large glowing object lifted from the nearby hill and swooped over the vehicle. Schertzer rolled down his side window and looked up. He was horrified to see that some kind of arm or extension was being lowered from the glistening machine cruising only a few feet above the bloodmobile. The nurse saw another arm reach down on her side of the truck. It looked as if the flying object was trying to wrap a pincer-like device around the vehicle. The nurse went into hysterics, understandably. Schwartz opened the engine up wide, trying desperately to outrun the thing. Apparently, they were saved by a sudden appearance of headlights from approaching traffic. As the other cars neared, the object retracted arms and hastily flew off. To this day, Bew Schertzer refused to drive along that highway. Was this a case of UFO making a deliberate attempt to pick up a bloodmobile and carry it off to some secret place? We can only speculate, but it all sounds very ominous. Some UFO theorists have speculated that terrestrial animal matter is important to the UFOnauts as raw material for the construction of solid physical entities. An alternative to collecting animal matter for the creature of the physical beings, for the creation of physical beings, would be to enlist the aid of terrestrials sexually for the purpose of crossbreeding and creating new species that would be either human or whatever they are. There are a number of astonishing incidences which seem to suggest that such biological experiments are actually taking place. In occult lore, there is the well-known historic phenomena, which has been heavily documented for centuries, and has involved thousands of people, both male and female. This phenomenon involves the appearance of non-human entity who seduces or have sexual intercourse with their victim. An incubus is a male demon who attacks sleeping females and fornicates with them. In many cases, these entities return night after night. Such demon lovers are discussed in ancient literature, and psychiatrists are well familiar with the phenomena. It seems to extend beyond mere sexual fantasy. There is sometimes physical evidence that the victim has experienced actual intercourse. One weird case is fully described in a book titled UFO Warning by New Zealander John Stewart, who became obsessed with the UFO phenomena in the early 1950s and was assisted in his research by an attractive young lady he calls Barbara. After making some close UFO sightings in 1954 and receiving anonymous threatening phone calls ordering them to discontinue their UFO studies, Barbara claimed that she returned home one night to find a foul odor in her apartment. Then she was brutally attacked by a creature she could not see. She said that it had a texture of sandpaper. It raped her and left her bloody, covered with small scratches. Later, both Stewart and the girl saw a weird, lonesome monster with spindly limbs and covered with hair. It had no hands, the long fingers just from the arms like stalks, Stewart wrote. From time to time, cases of this type received worldwide publicity. A Reuters dispatch from Pretoria, South Africa, examined one such case in April 1968. A widow named Mrs. Anna de la Rovera, I guess that's how you put it, protested to authorities that her house was haunted. In February 1968, she returned home one evening and found a man dressed in gray sitting in her front porch. When she asked him what he wanted, he simply stood up and walked into the house through the closed front door. The mysterious stranger appeared frequently after that, often invading her bedroom and making amorous advances to her. About a month ago, after I had gone to bed one night, she told reporters, I saw a dark apparition coming out of the kitchen. It was covered in long hair, and I particularly remember its long curved fingernails. Her children also saw the specter. Mrs. Rovera appealed to Pretoria's City Council for new housing. The female counterpart of the incubus is known as succubus, a female entity which materializes in the bedrooms of males and seduces them. The succubus phenomenon is very real to priests and monks, and there are innumerable instances in which ravishing ladies supposedly materialized in their cells and tried to lure them into enjoying the sins of the flesh. Often the appearances of these entities are accompanied by ghost-like manifestations. Objects move on their own accord. Pictures are wrenched from walls by unseen hands, and doors open and close by themselves. Busy poltergeists also seem to be directly linked to the UFO phenomena, as we shall see further on. If the UFO phenomena are essentially alien but human in form, it might make sense for them to conduct cross-breeding experiments in an effort to produce beings with full capacity of breathing and functioning in the earthly environment. Such experiments have purportedly been going on for several years, although the victims are very reluctant to reveal their identities for perfectly obvious reasons. In these cases, young men, usually from college communities, are taken aboard an object and introduced to an alien females. A student of West Virginia College underwent this type of experience in the spring of 1967. Immediately after he was released from the UFO, he went to a local hospital and submitted himself to a thorough examination, which confirmed his claims. Two young men in Long Island also told me the same kind of story in the summer of 1967. One claimed of having performed as a voluntary breeder several times. He later suffered a spell of amnesia. The best-known case of this type occurred in Brazil in 1957 and was carefully investigated by Dr. Olavo T. Fontes, a prominent physician in Rio and one of the world's leading ufologists. Dr. Fontes filed a very long and detailed report with April at the time, but since the case was so unusual, it was not publicly revealed until 1966. The victim's name was Antonio Velez Boas, a 23-year-old farmer in the state of Minas Gerais, Mendes Garres. He told Dr. Fontes that four small men in gray one-piece suits and helmets took him aboard a saucer-shaped craft late in the night of October 15, 1957. Then a sample of blood, was extracted from him, and he was placed in a chamber containing a couch. Smoke came from vents around the ceiling, he said, and created a gaseous mixture which smelled like burning oilcloth and made him sick to his stomach. After he had adjusted somewhat to this new kind of atmosphere, the door opened and a nude girl entered. She was very pale, short, and had high cheekbones, elongated eyes, and a very pointed chin, and very thin lips. Her hands were very long and narrow. The healthy farmer did what comes naturally. Twice, in fact, he bragged. At the conclusion of the proceedings, his strange mate patted his stomach and pointed towards the ceiling. Boaz came down with the symptoms of radiation poisoning after he was released, and these symptoms were still present when Dr. Fontes examined him a month or so later. Many of these smaller details in his once utterly preposterous story have now been verified by more recent events in other parts of the world. His description of both the entities and some writing he saw on the door of the craft matches the description of Betty and Barney Hill and the New Hampshire contactees, and they could not possibly have could have heard of Boaz. Mrs. Hill recalled under hypnosis that a long needle was driven into her navel by UFO nuts, and Barney complained that some cold instrument was placed over his genitals. He later developed a ring of warts in that region. That's nasty. One of the American males who told me of having an out-of-this-world sex experience said that the female he met was about 5'2" inches tall, spoke little English, and had very thin silvery hair. No noxious gas was injected into that saucer. Bador. But he was given something thick and syrupy to drink before he was introduced to the girl. Dr. Jacques Vallée has researched this type of event in depth, burrowing into records of the Catholic Church and the demonological literature. Incubi and succubi have traditionally been regarded as manifestations of the devil. In the Celtic countries, the little people have been credited with bizarre sexual activities, often accompanied by hallucinations, just as intriguing as modern stories of hanky-panky aboard flying saucers. The devil does not have a body. Dr. Vallée writes that then how does he manage to have intercourse with men and women? All the theologians answer that the devil borrows the corpse of a human being, either male or female, or else he forms with other materials a new body for this purpose. If there is any validity to the story, then we can speculate that Boaz's strange mate was somehow constructed from the blood which the spaceman first extracted from him. In studying precipitants who have made similar claims, we have detected factors which indicate that all or a large part of what they remember was the confabulation or dreamlike hallucination. While they had a vivid memory of their experience aboard the flying saucer, it is probably that they actually had a different kind of experience altogether, the memory of which was somehow erased and replaced by a flying saucer illusion. Our problem is therefore complicated by the necessity of finding a method to get at the forgotten experience. It is futile to record or preserve the endless details in the remembered hallucinations. The seemingly strong UFO evidence, the landing and contact stories, thus become the weakest link in the chain. The Grinding Man. A blazing white light as big as a car nearly scraped the 550-foot tall television tower outside of Pompton Lake, New Jersey, site of a large DuPont explosive factory on the night of October 11, 1966. A policeman and his wife watched the object move slowly northward and disappear beyond the neighboring hills. On the other side of the hills, Sergeant Benjamin Thompson and Patrolman Edward Wester and the Wanacue Reservoir Police observed the same light at about 9:45 p.m. as it swooped low over the reservoir. The light was brilliantly white, Thompson said. It lit up the whole area for about 300 yards. In fact, it blinded me when I got out of the patrol car to look at it. I could not see for about 20 minutes afterwards. 40 miles south of Winnequa and Elizabeth, New Jersey, two boys had a frightening experience, on October 11th at approximately the same time that Officer Thompson and Wester were watching the glowing object convert over the reservoir. There had been a number of aerial sightings in the vicinity of Elizabeth the previous week, apparently clustered around the New Jersey Turnpike, which slices through the city. New Jersey newspapers for one end of the state to the other were filled with UFO reports during that period. The two boys, James Yankitis, Yankitis and Martin Mouse Munov, were walking home along 4th Street and New Jersey Street when they reached a corner parallel of the turnpike. The turnpike is elevated and there is a very steep incline dipping down by the busy thoroughfare to 4th Street. A very high wire fence runs along the street, making it impossible for anyone to scramble up the incline to the turnpike. There are bright street lights on that particular course. It was on this corner that two young men encountered the strangest guy we've ever seen. Yakitis spotted him first. He was standing behind the fence. The young youth said later, "I don't know how he got there. He was the biggest man I ever saw. Jimmy nudged me," Mouse reported, and said, "Who's that guy standing behind you?" I looked around and there he was, behind the fence, just standing there. He pivoted around and looked right at us, and then he grinned a big old grin. Yeah. There, 3 days later, we visited Elizabeth and accompanied by UFO lecturer James Moseley and actor Chuck McCain. Okay. I don't know who he is, but we interviewed the boys separately at length in the home of Mr. George Smythe. And they both told the same identical story. The man was over 6 feet tall, they agreed, was dressed in sparkling green coverall costume that shimmered and seemed to reflect the street lights. There was a wide black belt around his waist. McCain, who was the star of his own series in New York, is a very large man and about 6'2" tall, but both boys said that person they saw was bigger than McCain and much broader. He had a very dark complexion and little round eyes, really beady, set far apart. They could not remember seeing any hair, ears, or nose on this figure, nor did they notice his hands. He was standing in the underbrush behind the fence, and his feet were out of sight. They were talking about the hands too for the UFO, Bigfoot sighting. There, first I got. There had been some incidences of violence in the neighborhood, and the boys did not stop to study the strange character. They ran home. Later, there were rumors in the area that a tall green man had chased a middle-aged resident down the same street that same night. We were unable to track those rumors down. The big mystery seemed to be, how did this man get behind the fence, and what was he doing there? We considered the possibility that it might have been a driver whose car or truck was in trouble on a turnpike overhead, but it seemed unlikely that he would have struggled down the very steep embankment and then just stood fixedly behind the fence. He certainly would have called out to the boys and asked them to make a phone call for him and fetch help, but the boys seemed convinced that he was just quietly watching a house across the street. A giant grinning man stood behind a high fence on a street corner in Elizabeth, New Jersey. On the night of the flap, it hardly proves anything, but we have heard about the grinning man over and over again in our travels. A sewing machine salesman from Mineral Wells, West Virginia, Woodrow Derenberger, was driving home from Marietta, Ohio, on a rainy Wednesday night on November 2, 1966, when an object shaped like a chimney of a kerosene lamp dropped out of the sky and landed on the highway directly in front of West Virginian trucker. It rested right in front of the West Virginian truck. Derenberger slammed on his brakes and stared in astonishment as a man emerged from the object and strolled towards him. He described the man as being about 6 feet tall, with a dark complexion and slightly elongated eyes. He wore a dark coat and blue trousers, which were quite shiny and had a glistening effect. As the man neared the door of the truck, Derenberger heard a voice ask him to roll down his window. The man stepped up to the door with his arms crossed over his chest, his hands hidden under his armpits. He grinned fixedly at Derenberger, and his lips never moved. Yet Derenberger distinctly heard a voice and conversed with this odd gentleman through mental telepathy. The discussion was brief and rather pointless. The man said his name was Cold, and that he was from a country much less powerful than the United States. He asked Derenberger who he was and where he was going, and a few other simple questions. He then said he would be back, returned to the object, and flew off. Woodrow Derenberger, who had never read any UFO literature, thus entered the world of the contactees. A year later, he had divorced his wife after having changed jobs and addresses several times and having repeatedly changed the unlisted phone number. Finally, in December 1967, he fled to another state and hid for several months, during which time he married another contactee, a girl many years his junior. We have interviewed Darren Berger several times and have appeared on Long John Neville's radio show with him. And Gray Barker, publisher of Saucer News, accompanied us on our first trek to Mineral Wells, and that night we saw some small lights bobbing around in a field behind Woody's house. Being intrepid UFO investigators, we went into the field to take a closer look. Woody unfortunately had failed to tell us two things, both rather important. First, that the fence around the field was electrified. We discovered that quickly enough and went sailing over it into a large muddy puddle. Our sudden flight discouraged Gray. Am I saying this right? Sudden flight discouraged Gray from trying to climb the fence. A few minutes later, we learned that there was a very bad-tempered bull in that field. Our years of bullfighting aficionados in Spain came in handy. Instead of trying to outrun the bull, we stood our ground, flashed our flashlight in his unhappy face, and bluffed him long enough to stage a dignified retreat. We never did find out what those little lights were. Darren Berger claimed they were being projected from Cole's ship somewhere overhead. According to his complicated story, Indrid Cole and his friends frequently visited the farm, often arriving by automobile for a long, friendly chat, and innumerable witnesses did see strange, unidentified flying objects throughout the area and quite frequently directly over Woody's house. What's up?
Can I repaint this?
Of course you can. It's your plane.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want to do. The paints are right there.
Yeah, I know, but I need green paint.
Is there any other green paint there?
There.
Oh, okay.
Can I just take this?
Just take the green paint. I mean, well, you can take it, I guess. Go ahead. You can take it all. Makes your life easier. Just make sure to bring it off the back, okay? Don't leave it all. And make sure you close those tubes.
What?
Make sure that the tubes of paint, you make sure you close them good. Don't leave them up, it'll dry up. This might be a good place to stop. We're getting there. We're getting this reading done. So many other things to read. So many other topics that connect to this. The spirituality thing side of this is real. The night of his first contact, 2 other men also reported identical incidences to the Parkersburg police. We eventually tracked them down and spoke to them. They were not from Parkersburg. They confirmed our information, but said they did not want their names used. We didn't want to get involved, one of them said flatly. Woody, however, agreed to a press conference and appeared on radio and television. The local a nightcap. A subcommittee zeroed in on him, urging him to tell his story to no one but the nightcap. He voluntarily submitted to an extensive physical and psychiatric examination arranged by Nightcap. A leading local psychologist conducted the tests. Nightcap was unplussed when the psychiatrist himself became a contactee a month later, and now admits to both person-to-person confrontations and telepathic communication with the UFO entities. While he talks freely about these contacts, his claims conform to all the patterns. He naturally does not want his name used, but he has talked anonymously on radio programs and back to Derenberger to the hilt. There were many other contactees in the Ohio Valley area, most of whom were completely unknown to Woody. Only Derenberger's story on November 2nd received any publicity. Wire services circulated in it nationwide, but his later experiences are not even known to the hardcore ufologists. It is certainly startling when contactees hundreds of miles from West Virginia recite details identical to the things Woody had told us privately. Derenberger is not a learned man. I drink cold. I still don't know what that is. And his funny companies told him they were from the planet called Lanulos, which was in the galaxy of Ganymedes. Actually, Ganymedes is the largest satellite of the planet. Is a larger satellite of a planet Jupiter. Actually, Ganymede is a larger satellite of the planet Jupiter. Woody claims that he has been there and visited a number of cities where people wear colorful shorts, and all signs and protesters, etc., etc., appear to be written in squiggly Oriental-like writing. The air and the temperature are identical to Earth's. We stopped to see Woody again in the spring of 1967, found him hiding behind a drawn curtains, trying to avoid the hundreds of UFO believers and skeptics, and just plain curious who invaded his property every night and every weekend. Really, I have a hard time believing that. 60 miles from Parkersburg, a little town of Point Pleasant, hundreds of people were quietly living in fear. About 7 miles north of the town, there is an expensive World War II ammunition dump known locally as TNT area. It consists of several hundred wooden crates filled with concrete domes used to store explosives manufactured at nearby plants. Residents in this thinly populated sector have been seeing strange things in the sky and on the ground since the summer of 1966. One family in particular, Mr. and Mrs. James Lilly, and their children have had a full range of UFO activities around their home on Camp Conley Road, just south of TNT area. They first began seeing low-flying luminous objects early in March of 1967, but kept their sightings to themselves for several weeks. Mr. Lilly, a nonsense riverboat captain on Ohio, was skeptical at first and tried to figure out a rational explanation. It didn't take us long to learn that when our TV started acting up, it was a sure sign that one of those lights was passing over. James Lilly told us in April, I didn't think much of all of flying saucer talk until I started seeing them myself. You got to believe your own eyes. Automobiles in the vicinity of Lily's home began to display an odd tendency to stall some without cause. By mid-April, the world had leaked out that the Martians were visiting Camp Conley Road. Every night, and carloads of teenagers and adults swarmed over the area. Few were disappointed. Reporters, policemen, and Mason County Sheriff George Johnson were among the countless witnesses. We've seen all kinds of things, Mr. Lilly said. Blue lights, green ones, red ones, things that change color. Some of them have been so low that we thought we could see diamond-shaped windows in them, and none of them make any noise at all. During our in-depth interview with all the members of the Lilly family, we uncovered a number of significant incidences which had seemed totally unrelated to UFOs. In the fall of 1966, the Lillys started hearing odd noises around their little ranch house. They did not discuss these things outside their family, but they wondered if their home had not suddenly become haunted. Kitchen cabinet doors slammed in the middle of the night. Mr. Lilly heard sounds like a baby crying. It sounded so plain, she said, that I looked around the house even though I knew there was no baby here. It seemed to come from the living room, only a few feet away from me. Their daughter-in-law, Mrs. Doris Lilly, who lived in the south end of Point Pleasant, began to receive strange phone calls early in March 1967. Each evening around 5 p.m., her phone would ring, and when she answered, she heard only a bizarre metallic voice speaking in an incomprehensible language. It was guttural and rapid. These calls came only when she was alone. It was as if they knew when I came home, she noted. The same thing happened night after night. Finally, she was afraid to stay alone in the little bungalow. The phone company examined her lines and could not explain the calls. Part of our investigative routine includes a discussion of the witnesses' dreams during the flat periods. One of our carefully phrased key questions is, did you ever dream there was a stranger in the house in the middle of the night? When we directed this question at the Lillys, Mrs. Lilly urged her quiet 16-year-old daughter, Linda, to tell about the nightmare she had that March. Linda was reluctant to discuss it, but with a little coaching from the sidelines, she told how she woke up one night and saw a large figure towering over her bed. It was a man, she said, a big man, very broad. I couldn't see the face very well, but I could see that he was grinning at me. And Jim was working on the river, Mrs. Lilly added, and Linda woke me up in a terrible scream. She cried out there was a man in the room. I told her she was dreaming, but she screamed again. He walked around the bed and stood right over me, Linda declared. I screamed again and hid under the covers. When I looked up again, he was gone. She came running into my room, Mrs. Lilly said. She said, "There's a man in my room." There is. She refused to sleep alone ever since. She's refused, okay. When we asked for a full description of this man, Linda said that she thought he had been wearing a checker shirt. Occult literature is filled with references of ghosts wearing checkered shirts, but the cultists tend to skip over this seemingly irrelevant detail. Completely unknown to the Lilly family, and the man in the checkered shirt had appeared frequently in the home of Mr. and Mrs. George Glines of Pensacola, Florida, starting around 1963 during a hurricane that year. Mr. Glines said, I was lying on a couch in the living room with just a dim light on. I had a feeling that someone was in the room and looked up and saw a heavily built man about 6 feet tall wearing a plain plaid sport shirt. I got up and took a couple of steps towards him. As I did, it looked like he took a step backward. What's going on? Is your mom here? As I did, it looked up at him again and took a step backward and disappeared. And he disappeared. I turned, so let me try this. As I did, it looked like he took a step backwards and disappeared. I turned on the light and he was gone. I checked the doors and they were all locked. I didn't mention it until my son-in-law saw it because I didn't want to upset my wife. The Glines son-in-law, James Boone, revealed that the man had turned up in his bedroom in the same house. I saw a large man, he said, a laboring type man, standing at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see his face. When I started to get up, he went away. Several witnesses heard knocking on the wall in the living room. They finally tore the wall out, but could find nothing unusual. George Jr., then only 2 years old, began to talk about his friend Pucky. I got his Pookie, whom he described as a very big man and a colorful shirt. Mr. Glines reported that little George told me that he couldn't see Pucky or Pookie's face. It wasn't clear. Several relatives and friends heard footsteps in the house, and when there was no one there. In May 1964, the house burnt to the ground. Pucky doesn't like the house all burnt, little George told his mom, but he said he would come back when it was fixed up. Burning houses and mysterious fires go hand in hand with UFO mystery. Sudden destruction of witnesses' homes has been so frequent that mere coincidence must be ruled out. A contactee in New Mexico, Paul Villa, part Indian, had his little house burnt to the ground soon after he released some photographs he had taken of UFOs hovering low over his land. In West Virginia, an abandoned building in the TNT area burnt to the ground in the midst of a pouring rain, much to the bewilderment of the local fire department. Grass fires often erupt in empty fields hours or days after the UFO has reportedly touched down there. In some cases, the fires might occur weeks or months before the UFO activity begins, as in the case of Mrs. Bryant and the Ohio woman mentioned earlier. The house of the Jaroslaw family at Lake St. Clair, Michigan, was gutted by fire 2 years before Grant Jaroslaw and his brother Dan took some controversial UFO photographs over the lake on January 10, 1967. The family continued to live in the basement of the burnt-out house, and when the UFO investigators later tried to check into the story behind the pictures, they found that the Jaroslaws had changed their unlisted phone number twice and refused to discuss the photos any further. Air Force Major Raymond Niles, the operations officer at the nearby Selfridge Air Force Base, told the press, "These are the most amazing flying saucer pictures I've ever seen. You can even make out some sort of tail and antenna on the back." Dr. J. Allen Hynek stated that he thought the pictures were authentic, but Jaroslaws became incognito. I can't say it. I said it earlier. I can't say it now. That's so embarrassing. It's truly a nightmare. I know you're probably saying it right now. And if you're listening to this, if you're that one person listening to it. But I tell you what, I can't help it. It's you live with that mess. You see what it's all like. Just have fun with it.
Incommunicado.
Incommunicado. I don't know why it's too many syllables for my mouth. Incommunicado. 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 So, but the Jaros became incommunicado. Why? What kind of nightmare were they actually living? From Cape Cod, Massachusetts, to the tip of Florida, we have heard of unidentified prowlers roaming the countryside at night. And Point Pleasant, West Virginia, strange unearthly faces peered into the windows of homes, windows too high for ordinary men to reach. In 1968, farmers in New York, Delaware County, were chasing a giant, broad-shouldered, grinning man with an unruly shock of silver hair. He was over 6 feet tall, and when pursued, he displayed remarkable agility, making impossible leaps across wide ditches. Witnesses, some of whom claimed face-to-face confrontation with him, said he had small eyes and a fixed grin. A similar, if not identical, giant prowler appeared repeatedly in Provincetown, Massachusetts, in 1966 through 67. The most recent case of this type comes from Springdale, Arkansas. At 11 p.m. on December 6, 1969, a man stared into the bedroom window of Mrs. Barbara Robinson. She called police, and Officer Ken Speedlin discovered that anyone who looked through the bedroom window would have to been at least 7 feet tall. There was nothing in the area of the window on which the prowler could have stood. In the spring of 1966, an Air Force WAF returned to her ground floor apartment on the edge of McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey one evening and heard a sound in her bedroom. She went to investigate and found her window open and a pair of very pale hands with extraordinarily long fingers resting in the windowsill, as if a man were about to climb in. She screamed and the hands withdrew. She found the air police. She found the air police, and they searched the area. Later, they told her that they had seen and pursued a prowler, a very tall man with his sweater pulled up over his head. It sounds very familiar. It's like my story with my buddy upstairs. This WAF, a master sergeant whom we have known for 15 years, was puzzled by our interest in the sweater detail. We asked her if she had ever seen any monk-like figures, and she recounted an incredible incident in which she had almost completely forgotten several years ago before she had been staying in the motel in Mexico when she woke up one night to find a giant cowled figure standing over her head. Not a man in a checkered shirt, but a being in a monk's robe. And I filmed them stuff too. It extended one arm above her, she said, and she reached out to touch it. The second her fingers touched the arm, the whole thing crumbled and disappeared. It felt powdery, like ashes, she explained. What have powdery ghosts got to do with flying saucers? Such stories are not uncommon. In several cases, the objects themselves have reportedly disintegrated into powder when struck. On August 18, 1966, a disc-shaped object discharged some pieces of flaming metal directly over some telephone poles near Lyons Lake, New Jersey. The witnesses retrieved some of the substance, which proved to be a honeycomb aluminum-like casting. Although they stored it carefully in a jewel box, it rapidly disintegrated, shrinking to the size of a pea. Since a thorough chemical analysis can cost upwards of thousands of dollars, the metal has never been tested. Large, broad-shouldered men wearing capes and hoods have been seen all over the world. I've seen it. I've filmed it. And then a lot of times it seems to be associated with Bigfoot too. How about that one? And usually walking along desolate roads in thinly populated areas, like many of our other creatures and characters involved in this mystery, they have an uncanny habit of disappearing without a trace. In October 1963, 3 men were driving along Route 2 in West Virginia when they saw a large caped man walking beside the road. They stopped and looked back, and he was gone, and there were open fields on both sides of the road. A group of 8 men wearing thick black cowls. What is a cowl?
Incommunicado.
Incommunicado. Incommunicado. He likes using them words.
Coterie.
Coterie. And
Incommunicado.
And incommunicado. What is a cowl? Is that a mask? Cowls are large, loose hoods, especially one forming a part of the monk's habit. Monk's hooded, sleeveless habit. Okay, I get it. So it's like a... There you go. Cowl. And that makes sense because you usually only see their heads. And maybe their hands and their arms, but most of the time you don't even see their lower body because we're not dealing with real aliens, are we? We're dealing with something interdimensional, ultradimensional, something spiritual in nature. And some people call demons, other people call angels. Whatever the hell they are, at least no good happens when they show up. So a group of 8 men wearing thick black cowls startled motorists near Caterham, England on June 28, 1963. Witnesses said that the mystery men departed by running and leaping across the road. Their actions were silent. And most odd. Mr. Jerome Clark, a leading American ufologist, sent us the following report in March 1967. Quote, I have been told of two similar cases in Minnesota. The first incident occurred last April. According to what the witnesses told me, he and a friend had been driving along the highway at 11:30 p.m. They were miles from the nearest town and they could not see any other cars on the road. Since the land in northwestern Minnesota is very flat, their visibility was almost unlimited. So they were understandably shocked and surprised when, in their headlights, they caught three large men walking abreast and towards them from the other lane of a highway. The men were dressed in black cowls that covered the upper half of their face. There were slits in their eyes. The strangers, whoever or whatever they were, paid no attention to the car and continued on as if it had never passed. The second incident allegedly occurred here in Canby, Minnesota. He must have, what? Oh, okay, I get it. Several years ago, an acquaintance of mine was taking a short cut home through an alley several blocks from where I live. He was not paying any particular attention to the direction he was going and almost walked into another person in the alley. The stranger seemed quite startled and turned to stare in surprise. The man was very tall, massive, and was dressed in a black cape that covered the top of half of his face. Maybe my friend actually did see a guy in a hood. And maybe it wasn't a Bigfoot. Holy shit. Maybe Mike did see that in my second encounter. Which would make sense to me, because these Bigfoot things are never alone. And they say have company. They have company with humanoid people and cowls, hoods. He seemed to be carrying something that resembled a large black bag. Perhaps these are the same kind of entities frequently reported as ghosts around desert monasteries and seminaries. Certainly, if you saw one of these characters stalking through the cemetery and disappearing suddenly into the air, you would report it as a ghost, if you reported it at all. The Paraphysical Laboratory in Downton, Wiltshire, England, carefully records all the paranormal and supernatural events in England and issues an annual classified directory of the spontaneous phenomena. Their 1968 directory includes many incidences which could be cataloged as either ghost sightings or UFO sightings. For example, on the evening of Saturday, September the 21st, in 1968, Mr. E. Bennett and his 15-year-old daughter were returning to their Whipsnade, Kent home when at the bottom of Bison Hill, a conical-shaped mass rose slowly out from the field about 25 yards in front of them. It was 6 feet tall, they said, and with a glowing aura surrounding it, and it seemed to vanish into a solid, impenetrable hedge. Mr. Sidney Webb of Fulham Market, Norfolk, reported that he was walking home along Mill Lane in February 1968 when he saw a tall, luminous shape glide from an entrance in the hedge and travel slowly along the road and then disappear. It was about half the height of the telephone pole. In Otley, Yorkshire, 4 young girls were taking a shortcut home past Churchyard in January 1968. That's when I was born. When a tall, dark shape appeared. Though they were very close to it, they could not discern its face, and despite the frosty weather, no breath came from the figure. One of the girls screamed, but the figure took no notice and walked away with no sound of footsteps, of course. And I swear to God, the church house in in Torbryan, Devonshire, is said to have been haunted of ghosts for has said to be haunted for a ghost dressed like a monk has been seen there. All kinds of strange sounds, manifestations, and power failures have taken place there in recent years. Are ghosts really UFOs and UFOs entities, or are UFOs really ghosts? Take your choice. I think the latter myself. It's Michael Adams speaking right now. In July 1968, 3 schoolboys in Cumberland, England, were camping out when they saw a bright UFO-type light bobbing and weaving over barren hills of nearby Cumberland Fells. It's supposed to be falls? Cumberland Fells. On one of the lads, Owen Moran, had a camera and snapped some pictures. When the film was developed, everyone was amazed to find that the object appeared as a pale light resembling the head of a woman in profile, wearing a bonnet and a cloak tied under the chin, of course. From Melbourne, Arkansas to Mill Lane in Norfolk, strange and inexplicable things have been roaming freely and with a minimum of public notice. They walk through walls and solid hedges and appear and disappear at random and without apparent purpose. Other men in hoods and cloaks stroll in the moors of Scotland and in the plains of Minnesota and in here in northwest Iowa, by the way, traveling about the mysterious missions in isolated places late at night. Still others step out of unearthly flying objects to chat idly with the passing motorists. Who are these people? Good damn question. Bedroom invaders. The man in the checkered shirt seems to be just another variation of a phenomena well known to those who dwell in the psychic and occult world. Bizarre bedroom phantoms are commonplace wherever in the world, although they are seldom reported. The published material represents only a trifling residue. When we discovered that many sane, sober UFO witnesses were receiving visits from these bedroom apparitions immediately after or sometime immediately before their UFO experiences, we turned our attention to the great mass of neglected reports of this nature. We also interviewed psychiatrists and doctors who have maintained a peripheral interest in the phenomenon. Detailed medical studies of the overall problem seem to be non-existent. There is no clinical explanation for these manifestations, but some psychiatrists, such as L.J. Reyna of Boston University, tend to link them with schizophrenia. Dr. Michael McCabe, in his introduction to Operators and Things by Barbara O'Brien, remarks, Barbara's hallucinations are not, however, the gods and devils common to another age. They are the horrors of organized man. They are a reaction to forces blocking attempts at creativity in work and attempts to enjoy relationships of trust with others. Mrs. O'Brien's book is an account of her real and hallucinatory experiences after a bedroom invader entered her life. She begins the book, Let us say when you wake up tomorrow and find standing at your bedside a man with purple scale skin who tells you that he has just arrived from Mars and that he is studying the human species and that he has selected your mind for the kind of on-the-spot examination he wants to make. It is possible that the man from Mars may actually disappear within a few days or a few weeks. There is about a 0.05% chance of this happening. You are physically exhausted after the man has gone back to Mars, and your mind, which has been racing like a jet plane while the man was with you, slows down, almost refuses to function at all. She was, of course, describing some of the common physical and psychological reactions to UFO contact, because the UFO buffs themselves have been actively ridiculing and suppressing such contacts. No proper medical studies have ever been undertaken, and we know practically nothing about the medical aspects. A very important clue to the whole monster/UFO/ghost phenomenon may be buried in these cases. Millions of people have been afflicted, at least temporarily, by UFO contact. Thousands have gone insane and ended up in mental institutions after their experiences with these things began. It is scandalous that the only full psychological study of a contact case was carried out by a Swiss psychologist in the 1890s and published in 1900. In the past 3 years, we have published 2 popular magazine articles on these bedroom invaders, and we were amazed by the amount of mail those pieces drew. Many readers wrote to tell us, sometimes in absorbing detail in their own experiences with this uncanny phenomena. In most cases, these experiences were not repetitive. They happened only once and were not accompanied by any other manifestations. In several cases, the witnesses experienced total paralysis of the body. Witnesses awoke, but was unable to move a muscle while the apparition was present. As we have already pointed out, this very same kind of akinesia has occurred in many UFO landing cases. It is a slender thread, perhaps, on which to hang a theory, but we do have more than enough data now to speculate that both the UFO and bedroom experiences are unreal visions and hallucinations induced while in a half-awake state. Such visions could possibly be created by some kind of hypnotic process or waves of electromagnetic energy which beam thoughts and impressions directly to the brain. This would mean that the experience was not entirely subjective, but was caused by some inexplicable outside influence. The mind is unquestionably involved in many UFO and psychic experiences, and very probably in a number of our more bizarre monster sightings. Thus, we only see what the phenomena wants us to see, and we only remember what it wants us to remember. If this is eventually proven, then a large part of our descriptive data is completely false and worthless, and all of the charming stories we have recounted here do not mean a thing. Back in 1954, UFO buffs were enraged when the subject of flying saucers was brought up at the White House press conference, and President Eisenhower stated flatly that UFOs exist only in the minds of the witnesses, implying that the whole business was hallucinatory. Hallucinations would not, however, account for the many radar sightings, photographs, and landings events which left physical evidence on the ground. The buffs tend to lump everything hopelessly together and try only to categorize the descriptions of the objects, which are, as we pointed out earlier, so varied that the data negates itself. We must be successful. To be successful, turn our attention to studying the witnesses and the psychological and physiological effects they experience. The answer to the whole mystery probably lies in that direction, not in the stars. The late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes, was an avid investigator of psychic phenomena, and in his book Edge of the Unknown in 1930, he describes a personal experience with nocturnal echinacea. It was in my bedroom in Crowborough, Sir Arthur wrote. I awakened in the night with a clear consciousness that there was someone in the room and that the presence was not of this world. I was lying with my back to the room, acutely awake, but utterly unable to move. It was physically impossible for me to turn my body and face this visitor. I heard measured steps across the room. I was conscious, without seeing it, that someone was bending over me. And then I heard a voice saying in a loud whisper, "Doyle, I come to tell you that I am sorry." A minute later, my disability disappeared and I was able to turn, but all was black darkness and perfectly still. My wife had not awakened and knew nothing of what had passed. A man in Phoenix, Arizona, wrote to tell us about waking at 1 a.m. on February 26, 1968, because of a sharp knock on his door. I saw a man standing in my room at some distance, he reported, wearing dark clothing. I couldn't see his face, of course. He was slender and not tall, perhaps 5'9". He changed positions a few times and then he was gone. On May 25, 1968, another man reported that he woke up in his bedroom in Superior, Wisconsin, and saw a huge shape standing over the bed. It appeared to be almost 6 feet 6 inches tall. He said, "A massive head with huge broad shoulders is the only way I can describe it. It moved from the right side of the bed to the left and then disappeared. In some cases, these apparitions are accompanied by vile odors, hydrogen sulfide again, and the witnesses often get out of bed and search the house trying in vain to locate the source of the smell. In other cases, the physical sensations occur." A woman in Maine reported being awakened one night by a slap on her face. She looked up and saw a group of dark figures standing around her bed, staring at her. She sat up and tried to talk to them. A visiting neighbor was staying with her that night, and the talking woke her up. The neighbor saw nothing. A man in the same area, the witness, have unfortunately requested anonymity in these strange cases. The witnesses have unfortunately requested anonymity in these strange cases, claimed that he was dozing in his locked car outside a plant where he works when he awoke to find his loaded revolver on the seat beside him, aimed at him and cocked and ready to fire. A black form was hovering over him. He said he could not figure out whether the phantom was trying to shoot him or save him. Then there is still another curious aspect to all these visions. The phenomena seems to be reflective. It zeroes in on people who become interested in almost any esoteric subject. There are all kinds of cultists and buffs in the United States. Maybe that's what Christianity actually is then, because then it started happening until I really focused on Christianity. Advocating all kinds of bizarre beliefs. Most of these groups have little or no contact with each other. The quiet groups that still investigating and researching the assassination of President Kennedy have been suffering strange harassments identical to those experienced by UFO buffs and psychic researchers. Their telephones go haywire, electromagnetic phenomena. They are followed by mysterious automobiles and suspicious Oriental-looking gentlemen. Their mail gets fouled up. Students of witchcraft and members of fanatical religious groups and even members of civil rights movements and both right and left wing political groups all become victims of this harassment. And each group tries to find a cause and a culprit to explain it, the most popular being the CIA or the FBI. Actually, thousands of people are undergoing this kind of harassment continually, and no government agency is big enough, has enough personnel, or a big enough budget to be the blame of all these incidences. Nor would any responsible government agency be motivated to spend a fortune to harass teenage UFO buffs and little ladies collecting clippings about John F. Kennedy. We have investigated dozens of harassment events in depth and have been collecting and studying identical reports from many of the other groups mentioned above. The same techniques are employed, and it is now apparent that we cannot blame the communists, the Martians, or CIA. Some of these events are, of course, purely subjective. That is, as the researcher mires himself deeper and deeper into the subject, he begins to misinterpret many ordinary coincidences and easily explained events. To a UFO buff, every black Cadillac becomes a CIA vehicle spying on him. Those same black Cadillacs hold communist spies and agents of the Ku Klux Klan, depending on the cult that looks at them. In earlier times, phantom horsemen were prevalent in the ghost stories. Today, mysterious automobiles have the uncomfortable talent of appearing and disappearing suddenly into the thin air, have replaced them. The phenomenon, it would seem, is keeping pace with our technical development. In 1969, a seemingly sensible young man in Massachusetts developed an interest in UFOs and began investigating cases in his area. Soon he was seeing mysterious men at every turn, black Cadillacs containing sinister-looking types parked in the front of his suburb home, apparently studying him. At first, he made an effort to record all of these events and investigate them logically, but then it began to affect him, and he suffered fits of paranoia and schizophrenia. He sent a highly qualified psychiatrist to examine this researcher, and the doctor found the young man sitting near his kitchen door with a loaded shotgun, waiting for the men in black. Finally, the poor fellow developed an hallucination, and an alligator with antennae which followed him everywhere he went. This is what all was all a part of the reflective aspect, and demonstrates how the human mind sometimes crumbles when faced with the unknown and unexplicable. In Coventry, England, a UFO investigator named Brian Leafley Andrew terminated his UFO activities after suffering a series of bizarre experiences in the fall of 1968. On one October evening, he was returning home when he encountered this. I was by myself, so I noticed a man standing by the next door garage. Nobody had been there before. His face was glowing orange, and as I watched, the face changed to that of an old man before my eyes. You could not describe the first face in normal terms. It had eyes, nose, and mouth in the proper places, but not of the shape that we associate with the human figure. Soon after this entity vanished, Mr. Leafley Andrew began to experience strange problems with his telephone. Every time I tried to speak to someone on the subject, he told the Coventry Evening Telegraph, December 3rd, 1968, the phone went dead. Since I have given up, I don't have any trouble. He also had problems with local power failures and threatening calls. Identical to things have frequently happened to the UFO researchers throughout the United States and in Canada. We have hundreds of cases in our files. Could all of this be the work of random practical jokers or of the CIA? We think not. Author Gustav Davidson devoted several years of his life to the study of angels, and not UFOs, nor communist conspiracies, but angels. And in 1967, he published a very comprehensive dictionary of angels. In the introduction to the work, he mentions some of his experiences with this reflective factor. I need to look that book up. I'm sure we have that. I hope we can find that one, because that's part of my book too. Because I don't think these angels in the Bible are as wonderful as other people are trying to make them out to be. And that is by Gustav Davidson. Gustav David Son. Good. I hope that we have it. We might have that. A dictionary including fallen ones. And it's a 432-page book. And that was written, I don't know, we'll find out. I think that the people 50 years ago and 100 years ago knew more what was going on today. I think we become dumber. I think that the internet has made us dumber in a lot of ways. It's just my impression. I mean, what the hell do I know, right? At this stage of the quest, I was literally bedeviled by angels. They stalked and lagered me leisured me. They stalked and leisured me. Is that even how I say that right? I never heard that phrase before. But then again, they used to. I'm revealing, obviously, what a what a terrible reader I am. And that I should have put a lot more time into that. Like Legion's leisure. Leisured. Can't you know how to pronounce that?
Leisured.
Leisured. It was right the first time.
Leisured.
I never heard anybody use
Leisured.
Have you ever heard anybody use that word before? Leisured. Okay. Hey, it's good reading. You actually learn something, right? I'm just rediscovering that. They stalked and leered me by night and day. I could not tell the evil from the good. That's true. I moved indeed in the twilight zone of tall presences. I remembered one occasion, and it was winter and getting dark. Returning home from a neighboring farm, I had cut across an unfamiliar field, and suddenly a nightmarish shape loomed up in front of me, barring my progress. After a paralyzing moment, I managed to fight my way past the phantom. The next morning, I could not be sure whether I had encountered a ghost, an angel, or a demon, or God. Holy shit! That's exactly what fucking Abraham seen and all these other people. This is exactly what he's talking about. The next morning, I could not be sure whether I had encountered a ghost, an angel, or a demon, or God. There were other such moments and other such encounters when I passed from terror to trance, from intimidations to a realm of the realms unguessed at, to the unease conviction that beyond the reach of our senses, beyond the arc of all our experiences, sacred and profane, there was only, to use an expression of Paul's in 1 Timothy 4, fables and endless genealogy. The most fearsome monsters of all may inhabit the dark corners of our minds, waiting for us to release them through our beliefs and gullibility. The phantom feeds on fear and belief. Sometimes it destroys us altogether. Other times it leads us upward into the labyrinth of electromagnetic frequencies which form a curtain between us and some other unperceived reality. From time to time, the playful inhabitants of the other world climb through the curtain in the area we call windows, and they stalk us to drink our blood and create all kinds of mischievous beliefs and misconceptions in our feeble little terrestrial minds. In the end, the sad truth that may set us free could very well be that phantasmagorical world constructed by generations of occultist religions and UFO buffs and monster hunters does not really exist at all. We have merely been led to think that it exists. Something else obviously does exist. That something else is driving us nuts. Let's find out how to say that word right. What is fantas? Magical. First of all, what's the meaning of it? Means very strange, something like a dream. Now let's see if we can say it right. That'd be the next accomplishment. What a wonderful word. Oh, God. Don't make me go through all this, people. I just want to know how to say it.
Phantasmagorical.
Of course. The kid says better.
Phantasmagorical.
Phantasmagorical. Phantasmagorical.
Phantasmagorical.
Phantasmagorical. That'd be a great name for a frickin' channel, wouldn't it? Phantasmagorical. The Lord of O.R.D. Phantasmagorical. Maybe as well change my channel's name to Phantasmagorical, the Lord of O.R.D. What a lovely idea.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Seasons don't change.